Alright then. So, I considered starting with something else briefly today. What the I'm not gonna worry about it. But yeah, I opted for just getting straight into Lunar Knights here today instead of doing what we did last week. I don't think I'm always gonna start streams with some variety of relatively idle game like a Vampire Survivors clone or anything like that. I think that'll end up being a situational thing based on A, how much I have to talk about, and B, whether I have one that's particularly interesting to open things with, and of course how much time I want to have for what we're doing today. Like, for Lunar Knights in particular, I wanted to be able to make more forward motion because we did lose like an hour to intro last time. And mind you, that's not inherently a bad thing. But you gotta balance these things as you go. Couple things to explain right at the start here. If you look in the redeem section, you will notice there's a few new well, not new, a few old ones brought back with different pricing and different rules attached. Do take a look at the capitalized sections of those redeems. Those are your warnings. If you misuse them, you will lose them again. One of which being the form switching is back. It's only back in a small form right now because I only have so many shapes to swap to, but it is available. The other two models technically still have some jank to them. I should sit there and tweak them further, but I can do that as time progresses. They are more than good enough to be out in the field, so now they'll be out. There is still one more in the works for that, and there is of course going to be a new model built up for Halloween. If you're wondering why I'm staring at this, I'm trying to remember where we need to be going next. I think we went here last. That's where we took out the... I think they were like a brother and sister or something. That also sounded concerningly close in some regards. And I know the station over here is our next target, is we have to go chasing after the two veteran hunters that got taken. You know, great veteran hunters that they are. I did not make any changes since last session, in case anybody was worried about me doing any grinding or anything off camera. I did not do any. I'm gonna throw this rotten fruit away. It's wasting inventory space, and I don't need it. All it's gonna do is hurt me. I should probably... Oh, this meat is rotten as well. Throw that away. I should probably put some of this stuff in storage as well, because we don't need this much inventory on hand with how much stuff we find out on the road all the time. And I'd rather be able to pick up what we find as we go. So we'll quickly... I could scroll with the stylus, and as it turns out, with the order it's picking things, maybe I should have. But I wanted to see how well that worked out. Bank is where I wish to be, so I can drop off things.
What can I do for you?
Same thing you always do for me. Take the random crap I'm carrying and put it in a box for me. This is healing? Yeah. That's more healing than we generally need, so we'll go ahead and put that over here for now. I had this all nicely organized, but at this point, that organization is going to go out the window because we just do not have room to organize it the way I would like to. I'm basically just going to hang on to, like, 3 healing, 2 energy, probably, something like that. And the energy is honestly a lesser concern of the two. since we don't use our energy that heavily. I'm not even that concerned about the health. I just don't want to go running off with an empty bag and die for the sins of having an empty bag. Because that would just be an embarrassing way to go. Something to note, by the way. Well, for one, y'all already know this, but this is emulated. And the reason I'm bringing that up is the fact that we almost lost our progress. Because apparently, when I moved the emulator, the save storage went jank. So if I didn't make a save state at the end of the last session, I would have had to have replayed everything. And I'm glad I checked that yesterday. It would have been a very bad combination of things for me to have not checked yesterday and not have made that save state. Because we would have basically been redoing the entirety of last session. So yeah, let that be a PSA to everybody that uses an emulator. Make sure to check your save settings and make sure that your saves are actually saving.
Yes, sir.
What are we short on for these things? A lot of iron. We might be able to afford the iron.
How can I help you?
And I thought last time that when it was showing the dashes instead of numbers for the gear, that it was going to change into something else. I just want to point out that yes, I did realize that that was incorrect.
What do you want?
Because obviously we would have noticed when the items didn't change before. I do appreciate that it actually lights it up in green when you're buying the right amount for what you need. Oh, and I do need 2 solvent. Okay, we'll go ahead and just snag those as well. I can afford the steel, so sure, we'll grab that. I don't think I can afford the steel and solvent for the witch as well, though, so we'll just upgrade the sword and the knight. Because the witch is already stronger than the knight anyway, in terms of pure damage. I debated doing these upgrades and such off camera as well, but I decided it doesn't take that long. I don't think it's worth worrying about. And we can just like start this session with that idea. There we go. That's probably all the extra muscle we're gonna be able to pull out of those right now. And to prove the fact that the save disappeared, by the way, well, you actually will see the save because the save got reinstated by the save state. I don't know why I'm even saying that. But there we go. I'll make the save again because if we die, I think it rolls back to the existing save regardless. So I'm just gonna maintain those saves either way. Oh, we have points to spend. Well, get another level of spirit to keep that energy bar up. Who are you, kid? You got any points? You got no points. No points, no bitches. Sad days for you. Anyway, into the dungeon we go. Santa Cecilia Station. That's a lot of stairs. So this is Santa Cecilia Station. The vampires have gathered all public institutions under their control. It looks like this station is no exception. They packed Ernest and Kay onto a train here. I hope it hasn't departed yet. We'll be pummeled if we go barging in from the front. We've got to avoid detection by the enemy. We'll have to sneak our way inside. We don't need to resort to that kind of foolishness. If someone's in our way, we take him down. Simple. Hold it, Lucian. It's critical that we steer clear of needless conflict. I thought I told you I'll do as I please here. How do you choose to proceed? Well, that's up to you. That's right, Nero. But at the same time, we are strong enough that we can kind of just house everything. So I'm kind of with Lucian here. It will probably still take longer to just crush our way through, but eh. Okay, that doesn't seem to affect this game. Okay. I also found a keybind for adjusting the solar sensor, but it was listed specifically for Boktai when I was fiddling around with the emulation, fixing the save issue. As it turns out... Wow, he would have missed if I hadn't put the shield up. There you go, idiot. But yeah, I think it's only for one of the other Boktai games, because there is one on the DS. Yes, I do believe, other than this. And this one doesn't seem to rely on the solar sensor. Since we haven't encountered any issues with that yet. Which I suppose an easy test would be. Oh, I guess we're technically inside, huh? Because you'll notice that the sun section up there at the top is darkened out. Even though it's bright in here and it looks like it's lit up by the sun, we're actually just in a well-lit room, I guess. Oh, that thing hurts. Like a lot. Contact damage, my unbeloved. Hate. And this is why I made sure to bring healing items with me. Is we don't know what we were getting into. And as it turns out, these things are a bastard. So, you know, let that be a lesson. Always come prepared. Luna Steel? We don't even need that yet.
Right.
That said, for dealing with the rest of this, it might be a good idea to switch back to Aaron. Use range to deal with those roly boys. Problem is, we don't have any sunlight to keep his energy up. Which is also why I'm not sprinting, in case people are wondering, like, why is he just walking around like a slow idiot? I don't want to burn my energy pointlessly. Attention, staff. Intruders have been spotted in the station. I repeat, intruders have been spotted in the station. All security personnel are to exercise extreme caution. Also, you know, murderize the intruders. Please pound them into paste and dispose of them appropriately. Is he talking about us? Gee, I wonder. Who else would be intruding on a place like this? Oh, yeah. Okay, it doesn't seem to be particularly vulnerable to light, which is not a shock, but I feel like wind isn't going to be the answer either. No. And earth wouldn't make sense. And it seems to be working, though, so you know what? I'm not going to argue with it. There we go. Keep Toasty out for you. Or not. I suppose I should just keep you out, huh? They are actually relatively smart. They tried to cut me off there. Oh, that's the key to dealing with them. Make them smash into a wall. I was doubting whether they would be stunnable because they didn't get stunned when they crashed into the shield. But I suppose I should have considered the idea of them crashing into an actual physical wall. Oh, he stopped short. And the reason I switched back is because we're running out of energy for Aaron, and I don't want to burn our energy regenerating items yet. What? He just slid across the wall that time. What is this cheating shit he's doing here? You know what? Nuts to you. Not dealing with you anymore. Okay, I guess I have to deal with you, huh? This is just gonna be that way. Lucian, if you just would swing your sword a little smarter sometimes, my dude, it would be great. Well, that's inconvenient. I got stuck on the corner, so I couldn't actually move the way I wanted to. We've actually had our first casualty. I don't know how dying works in this game. I'm not sure what to do with that information. Also goes to show that not playing a game for a week and then going into the next dungeon immediately might not have been our wisest decision. Okay, I just straight up can't switch to him, and I couldn't activate items with him. I was seeing if I could just like heal him and he'd be back in business. Well, we haven't gone that far in. Let's just walk back out and see if walking out revives him. And bear in mind, we're doing that badly against those things with our weapons upgraded. Now, do bear in mind at the same time, though, that I have been being quite risky and just going all in on strength with Lucian. So him dying to first contact with damage is not really a shock. I also went in here half-cocked to begin with, so... Which that, admittedly, I should have considered. Let's see if we can actually rent a room now.
Welcome. What can I do for you? Are you staying here tonight?
I sure am.
Enjoy your stay.
Yeah, because that'll... Okay, that gets rid of your trance gauge, but fills everything else. That's perfectly fine. Now, we're just gonna pretend that first foray in there didn't happen. And go back in. And to be fair, we didn't wipe, we just had Lucian get his head cracked in by a big rock. And now we're actually going in with enough energy to do something. So, if I had paid attention when we first walked in, I would have realized right out front we could have recharged our energy. And we still would have been fine. Is using the witch cannon here. These things really don't seem to be too bad. Oh yeah, I can lock on. That'd probably be a good idea. There we go. You know, plus or minus the standing still and getting my face smashed in part. That's demonstrated using... I think that's Earth. I don't remember which of the two is Earth and which one is Wind. So I think it was backwards. Oh no, purple is Wind. I'm so used to green being Wind in like every system ever. Okay, that actually starts to make more and less sense simultaneously for it being effective against those golems then. Is Earth being good against the golems? Didn't make sense. Wind being good against them similarly doesn't really make sense, but you know. It makes a little bit more sense than it being weak to itself. I guess we should try Ursula right quick against them though, just to see if that does even more. Because that might not be a weakness, it may just be more neutral than the other one. So with how quickly they're dying to it, I feel like that would be a weakness. Okay, that's the same. So I think that's actually just neutral damage then, rather than a weakness in either respect. Uh-oh. That's what I was afraid of, is even with the damage increase we've done, the knight does like no damage to these things. And let that be a lesson. Sometimes lock-on isn't the answer.
Back off.
What this does mean, though, is we might be able to do this. Yeah, that does a ton of damage now. That works out better. You know, when I actually hit my target. There we go. Yeah, because if we can just take them down before they start spinning, we don't have any problems. Turns out this is definitely a dungeon that leverages you being used to the combat system still. Yep, he lived through the 3 hits that time. I think they gain some more defense when they're rolled up, which would make sense. Okay, we got a dark room. Oh god, I think they confused me. Yep, my controls are currently reversed. And I can't lock on to bypass that issue either. Oh, they're not actually exactly reversed. They were like shifting a bit, I think. Yeah, as expected, switching to Alexander. I cannot remember these two yet, because we haven't had them that long. One's Alexander, one isn't, but I don't remember which one's which. Even though they just said the name out loud when I switched. I was a little focused on not dying. So I might actually need to start investing in health, is what this is telling me, because boy howdy, these things are ripping me a new one. They went suddenly from doing like no damage to, oh god, pain. Let that be a lesson. Don't take the tutorial dungeon as a sign of how much damage things are going to do throughout the game. Okay, yeah. Wind is Alexander, Tove is Earth. Okay. Yeah, and unsurprisingly, you can't use Toasty with Lucian. Heal. Use this. What is this? 50% of life. Keep that in mind. Oh goddamn, even with all the power-ups I did, we still aren't keeping up with killing these things quickly without using elements. So it's either I play a little bit cagey and spend an extra time fighting, or we constantly manage our energy then. Now admittedly, I did, of course, you know, get extra energy for the express purpose of being able to use it. But I'm just trying to be somewhat resource frugal at the moment. But I suppose this is why they're giving so many healing and energy items all the time, is so you use them.
Right.
Hey, what do you know? A level. An opportunity for me to fix my mistakes, or now I'll actually at least get a vitality. The bit is funny and all, but there comes a time where you have to start being sensible. Okay, both of those are equipped on Lucian, and I'm pretty sure we switched them to be on Aaron as well. Yes, okay. The touch control to switch portraits for some reason was being a little derpy, so I just switched out here instead. The good news is, unless he's charging, it seems like the golems can't go diagonally. I also don't know why it moved the way it just did there, which is why I got hit. I got confused. We have a lot of energy recharges. And at least I don't have to use the touchpad to switch which terrestrial we're using. What are you weak to? I don't think we ever solved that mystery. Not that. That'll work. I had a feeling, considering that's the one we got before we got to where those guys first showed up. So it made sense for them to be weak to Ursula. Basically them teaching you how that worked by providing the correct answer. There you go, idiot. At least they're very easy to deal with, though, because you can just parry their mace and send it back to them. So, it's not really that big a deal. It looks like we can't get to where those slimes are at the moment. It's probably a door over on the other side. And there's a switch in there, which is probably what opens the door to the left. So that's gonna be a whole thing. Oh, that's why I heard that noise. Not much of a heal, but I'll take what I can get. Because we need every little bit. Did I take damage falling down the oh no. I took damage from the spikes while I was still on the stairs. I thought I like tripped going down the stairs somehow and I was very confused. It's daytime. I don't know why I'm trying to pull darkness out of the sun. No, not that one. That one. Come on. Have at you. Somebody sees me. I heard them react. Or was that the level up noise and I'm confusing myself further? I'll give you a hint. I'm probably confusing myself further. Okay, that got rid of the spikes. But it switched where they were. So that's the bit then. I guess that lever I saw doesn't actually open the door then, probably. Get off of... Did he just steal my healing item, or did I get one when I... Yep, they're stealing items. You little shits. Joke's on you, I can hit you when you're invisible. Well, that's upsetting. They took the only healing item I had left. You ever get that feeling that hubris is hitting you in the ass? Because let me tell you, really getting that feeling right now. Just that classic, oh, you thought, huh? Based on how things are going, let's get a little more vitality for you too, kiddo. You're gonna need it. Is the fact that things are taking 3 or 4 hits even with 11 skill also should be an indicator to me that maybe skill isn't gonna make everything easy to deal with. Even if it started out working out just fine. It relies on a lot more competency than I always have. Speaking of, though. There we go. Definitely realizing I should have actually brought more of our healing in with us, but we'll be fine. Probably.
Huh?
What the? Those wounds. These look like they were made from a solar gun. Well, somebody out there's got a machine gun. Whose side are they on, though? It's just because it's a solar gun doesn't mean I don't know. Well, time to go bail him out. Oh no, it's a trap. Defeat all the monsters. Oh. I hit the wrong button. We don't want Ursula for transform. Right now we actually want Nero. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal life from these guys. Also makes this fight nowhere near as much of an issue. There we go. Problem solved. Okay, are you alright? Aaron? Thank you. If not for you, I would have died a dog's death in there. Just doing my job as a guild gunslinger. But what about Ernest? We were captured and stripped of our solar guns, but we attempted to escape. I still had my spare hidden on me after all. But when they caught up with us, Ernest drew their attention so I could make my escape. Shouldn't the one with the gun been the one to draw the enemy off because they could have defended themselves? Perhaps? So I suppose being the armored one, you're also the one with the best odds of getting out, too, so you're kind of stuck in a catch-22 on that one. He's always pulling dangerous stunts like that. But hey, that's the boss of the guild for you. Can't just leave him alone out there like a coward. Hey, you can't help us now, not in the shape you're in. He's right. Get the hell out of here, you're injured. Who are you? Ah, the Dark Swordsman. Bad told me about you. The vampire hunter, Lucian. That's right, Lucian's here to help too. I promise you, we're gonna save Ernest. You've grown a lot, Aaron. Go on then, go in my place, and take this with you. Received Solar Gun Ninja. Shouldn't that be solar guns? Because there's two of them. Eh. Okay, your weapon. Won't you need it? Don't worry about me. I can handle things well enough to get out of here. Time is running short. I plan on to take Ernest away in an armed train. The train's set to arrive at a very special platform deep in the heart of the station. You must hurry, Aaron. Alright. Please, be careful, Kay. Sure thing. Lucian, watch over them for me. Kid's got more balls than brains. What do I care what happens to you and your lot? My business is with Baron Stoker. That's it. Simple. You guys watch your backs and I'll watch mine. Ah, Lucian, wait! I'm off for now.
May the sun be with you.
Vampire hunter Lucian. Could he be? Nah, that's impossible. That man died 7 years ago. And if he hadn't, this guy's too young to be him. Well, you know. People tend to pass things on. Relatives unexpectedly acquire things even though they don't know they're related. No, that's not actually a spoiler because I don't actually know the answer. That's just me throwing suspicions into the air like, you know, that's just the right hit for that type of thing. That's probably what's gonna happen here. So let's have a look at Solar Gun Ninja. Solar gun bearing the name of a ninja. Hold the Y button for rapid fire. Okay. So nothing too special about it, it just shoot fast. That could be useful. I might just end up replacing Knight entirely with that, even though we just spent the material upgrading it. We'll find out. It's a real pity there's nowhere to heal here. Considering if there's a recharge station, we might be in for it. Ow. But they may have just anticipated us using guns to get through that previous situation. God damn it, body. Why must you be a pain in the ass every time? Like, somehow my body just decides hiccuping and garbage like that is a great idea the moment we get this ball rolling here. And I blame partially the fact that I'm talking way more than I usually do, especially talking and drinking any kind of fluid at the same time. So it's probably just causing more pockets to happen than would normally. But I'm still annoyed about it anyway. What is this thing? Okay, it's got a charged swing. Ah, good, it's nighttime now. I like these. These are stupid. Get out of here, you Ganon wannabe. There we go. Now let's see, we were told that the opposite element is needed for these bricks. So since that's Ursula, we don't have water. So we can't deal with these bricks. But these are presumably wind bricks? So... aha! That does work. Okay. The problem with purple in a game like this is purple could have either been dark or the wind. I just assumed it was wind because the wind terrestrial was purple. And turns out I was correct. Just in case.
Alexander.
Yeah, I didn't think either of those would work. I could see a case for wind or earth working against fire as well. Is, you know, dirt smothers fire by taking away the air, and a strong enough wind can blow out a flame. So there was valid enough logic for that to have worked, but I didn't expect it to work. Both because these games never have more than one thing work on something, and because of the simple fact of that just made too much sense. These were hit it with its element, right? No. So I need to hit this with light then. Unless, again, purple is indicating... Yep, purple was indicating wind. But I guess that's just for the spikes? Okay. I guess that's for returning more readily. Yeah, now we're back in that room I was looking at before. Because there's the golems and the lizardmen we were fighting before. And there's the lever we'll need to shoot. There we go. Good job, kiddo. Now get back in the back line. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna end up hitting the lever. It's fine. We're not going back anytime quick anyway. Unless things go horribly wrong. He says knowing full well that they easily could, but, you know, don't worry about that. Fire zombies. I really should just get in the habit of blocking them when they go to jump instead of just trying to crush straight through them. Yeah. Because they jump as a counter, it seems, so... Not that. Lock onto the thing that's trying to kill you. Which I know doesn't narrow it down at all, but the one that's actually immediately in front of you might be a good idea. Is the thing that's not moving and not changing its angle of fire probably isn't much of a threat to worry about. Might be an element that's more effective. Nope.
I'm here.
Nope.
Fertilize.
Nope. Okay. Never mind. It was worth a try. They're probably like weak to dark or something because it almost looked like those were solar bullets coming out of it, which would be weird for vampires to have, but you know. Sometimes weird things end up being a valid option. Especially since they have armor that protects them from the sun. It's not unbelievable that they would find a way to harness the sun into their own ends. Easier to deal with these with the sword because I can just kind of sweep the area around me. Which arguably the same could be said for the homing shots of the witch, but I figured they would move out of the way by the time the witch turned for them. At least that was my reckoning for that logic. Never a guarantee of anything, but you know. Real shame that you happen to be facing the wrong way there, buddy. Can't pass through where he was, though, so I gotta go around to hit the other one. Very nice, very nice. And a little bit of vitality does seem to be paying off. Though we're also, you know, fighting less like a complete jackass, so that probably helps too. Get off of me! I'm getting mugged. Okay, so if they make it off screen with the item, it looks like they get away with it. But otherwise you get it back. No, no. You can still get the item, you just gotta find the one that has it. Which thankfully is labeled, so that's not too bad. We really have been getting a serious lack of accessories. And I don't think it's because we've not been looking either, because I feel like I've gone through the majority of these areas pretty thoroughly. Yes, let's target the one on the other side of the wall. Brilliant work, targeting system. Since you caused me a problem, though, I feel compelled to walk all the way around here to kill you. Feel privileged that I bothered to take the time to walk around to get you. Though, I suppose the real kicker to why we don't have that many accessories is because I haven't been buying any. It may be that they expect you to be buying more of them. Which would be much more viable if I wasn't spending all my money buying material to get our gear caught up. There's greenery here. These are solar roots, a close relative of the solar tree. A great plant that once stood at the center of the planet's ecology. They don't look like they're in very good shape now. But give them some sun and rain and they ought to be good as new after a while. Okay, so that's indicating that you need like tropical rainforest to get that path. Which that is a thing, is I haven't done any of the climate manipulation to try to access alternate paths, so that might also be where some of the missing items would be. Fucking contact damage. Like, these things are just brutal with the contact damage when they just jam themselves over to where you are and just sit on your head. I could have moved, don't get me wrong. I could have moved and gotten out of that situation. But I didn't anticipate it being stuck in that very specific spot. And I just didn't react accordingly. It's a good thing we happen to have a decent amount of trance energy. Not the one I was intending to target, but you know what? That works. I guess this is probably untargetable then. No, they are targetable. Very good. Not getting as much out of this as I wanted because we couldn't find another target, apparently. But we got out of the danger zone, so that's the important part. Oh, well, that's less than ideal. Flip the switch without getting detected. You can't flip the switch if you've been spotted by an enemy. If you get discovered by an enemy, go hide out until timer reaches 0. Great. Okay, they do go into the middle. What? Come on now. That's hardly cricket. Oh, they do track up there. Okay, good. Wow, that's kind of awful. It's like, oh hey, timer runs out, guess you're dead. Huh. Fun fact, by the way, that was entirely because my dash didn't work. I tried to dash right before that guy turned and looked at me because I was gonna dash down and around and it just didn't dash. So, you know, that's great. I feel like we have to do this is the only reason I'm even entertaining this idea still. Let this be a lesson. Sneaking mechanics when your screen size is very small, not a good idea. It's very easy for players to get blindsided by something they literally can't see coming. Thankfully, these guys are kind of stupid, except for the fact that apparently they can detect you when you're behind them. Love that for me. Love that mechanic. Also, game, you say to hide out for a while. Where, pray tell, am I supposed to hide out? A genuine question. The stairs seem to be the only place I can safely hide from them. But we've already proven that that doesn't work either, because they can follow you up the stairs unless you outrange them far enough. This doesn't seem great. Like, literally our only saving grace is that they're a little stupid. So you can kind of manipulate that situation in your favor. But this is just, like, really not good. Hopefully this is not too heavily used. Good. Perish. Like, the fact that you can look ahead of you a little bit is helpful, but the fact that it locks you in place makes it just as bad as just walking forward. Because there is nowhere that's safe to stand. You'll note, as you saw, even when we were in these in-between bits, that wasn't safe. You can't go down here, so that wasn't an alternate way to get away from them. So you literally have to sit here and just, like, feather the view ahead, or just hope they enter the screen or make enough noise that you know that they're there. It's a little questionable. At least it's short. Attention, passengers. The armed train Irving, bound for the Tower Laboratory, will be arriving at this station momentarily. Departing passengers, please report to the platform immediately. It's here. Got him in a tube. His time is up. And that mangy mutt. I had no idea he had a solar gun hidden away. Tisk tisk, Baron. You're not exercising much caution, you of all people. Your admonishment stings most deep, Duke. I fear I'm not accustomed to such coarse matters. Oh, really? And besides, what we have here, the very leader of the guild. Do we not? If it weren't for this one's trickery, wouldn't have lost the cannon in the first place. Regardless, we can afford to let the dog go for now. Take him away. Dang, without my weapon, I'm completely helpless. Yeah, I hope you managed to get free at least. Convenient that both the Duke and the Baron just happen to be here right now, huh? Still, I wonder. With Reimer fallen and the Poes now slain, could it be? Is it possible he's still alive?
Alexander.
There we go. There we go. That activates a moving platform. Oh no, skeleton archers. They've advanced so much. Pity they can't hit the broadside of a barn, apparently. Hi, it's me, Barn. Oh god. There were not nearly so many of you in here a minute ago. Did you just take time to spawn, or was this a trap? Fire doesn't seem to be resoundingly effective against them. Not that I really should expect such from a set of bones. It takes a lot of heat for bones to even react to heat. Heat particularly, I do believe. Yeah, we'll probably bring your vitality up to match your skill, and then we'll start raising your skill again. Might do a similar case here, though. Probably still do the when I have 5 points, spend it in spirit, so his energy meter isn't sad. Might swap back and forth between vitality and spirit till it catches up to skill, and then pound skill higher again. That might be my finest choice that I can make here. Okay, so that opens the door. That's probably the way we need to go, since that's the easiest path other than this one. Red blocks again. I mean, I guess it can't hurt to try things.
Narrow.
I'm on it.
I'm here.
The symbols didn't quite look the same as the ones on the other red blocks. So I'm like, well, maybe there's two things that are red. Maybe one of these will work on it. Nope. And these are back now, which is upsetting. Moving platform's still moving though, so we'll use this first. There's a blue. I don't know if fire will work against that or not. If fire does work against that, then we're set to go because we can just use the gun. I was trying to be clever and stun them out of their attack. Hindsight being 2020, that was a bad idea. Hindsight, otherwise known as this giant lump on my forehead. Actually, I have the opportunity to do both right now and cleanly spend my points, or I could just spend 2 points in vitality. fact that you big guys respawn is a blessing and a curse. I gotta tell you. That worked out perfectly according to my plan. I didn't expect him to move in. I thought he was gonna stand still and swing. Ah, I keep getting ruined by my own inputs. Because I didn't intend to swing 3 times, but I tapped the button just a little too much, so it ended up doing the 3 inputs regardless of my intentions. So that's really awkward. 'Cause I still don't know how to bring back anyone who's been downed, so this could be problematic. Yep. Oh, this could be very problematic if we have to fight the Duke here. You've come at last. Vampire under Lucian, it really was you. To think that once great solo gunslinger now wields a dark sword. Rather ironic, is it not? Dumas, it is you. Twin horns. Is that the vampire you've been searching for, Lucian? So we meet at last. The Great Duke, the twin-horned vampire. It really is you, isn't it? Prepare to face my vengeance. This one's for Ellen. Ellen? That name doesn't ring a bell. Don't tell me you don't remember her. Remember? Tell me something, boy. Do you recall the names of every cow, chicken, and pig you've ever eaten? You son of a bitch. Dumas! You embarrass yourself, boy. If you would defeat me, you must cast away the remnants of your human self. Otherwise, you'll never be able to fully harness the powers of the darkness. Of course, doing so would wipe clean your emotions, your memories as a man. At that point, I'd wonder if you'd still care about the revenge you so desperately seek. I await you, Lunar Knight, in the Dark Castle.
Dang it.
What the hell's going on here? He was right in front of me, so why couldn't I put a single dent in his armor? Even if I must give up my own life in the process, I'm going to defeat Dumas, I swear it! The Dark Castle Augusta. The vampire's stronghold that looms high above the city in New Culiacan. However, the gate to New Culiacan is sealed with an emblem. Well, first things first, we hunt down this Baron. That should allow us to find a way to remove the seal. Lucian, we're here to help Ernest, aren't we? We promised Kay that we would. No. You promised Kay that you would. I'm just here. Don't get any crazy ideas. I'm here for myself. You want to help your friend? That's your fight. You'll have to win it by your own hand. My fight? He means a lot to you, doesn't he? So much, in fact, you'd even risk your own life for him, right? Ernest and Kay are my comrades, just like every other member of the guild. Ever since my father was killed, they've been my family. They kept me safe. Now, for as long as I'm able to, I want to protect them. Well, now, isn't that chivalrous of you? Then again, maybe that's just it. Maybe that's why the solar gun's granting you its power. Lucian. Attention passengers, the armed train Irving, bound for the Tower Laboratory, will be departing from the station momentarily. Departing passengers, please board the train immediately. There's no time. We've got to get on board. Once we've boarded the train, we won't be able to see the city again for some time. It might be a good idea to save now, just in case. Well, on the bright side, the game brought Lucian back to life. On the downside, they're probably right, in which case, we ain't going back anytime quick, which could be really awkward in our current situation. Now, remember, how often have I ever done the smart thing? Like running away to get stuff, yeah, about that. Oh, boss fight's right there. Okay, maybe this won't be as bad as I think then. Because we can just get healed right here. I stand by my statement, though. Even if I didn't have a resource right here, I absolutely would have just went for it. But it does look like we have an ad about to start, so... might be a good time to take a quick second in here to take stock of my situation. Redundantly save and things like that. Then again, the ad doesn't start for 2 minutes, so we should be able to at least get the cutscene in before the 2 minutes are up. And then you'll just miss some of the fight, which shouldn't be that big a deal. We made it! Oh, it's just 3 of you? Okay. Not now. Let's finish these guys fast. Well, I know what they're weak to, so this won't take long at all unless they're buffed up, which they are. Thankfully, even with increased health, they don't hit that much harder. So we can just kind of power through them. Ta-da! The items, though. No. I don't know how they considered 3 of those lizards a boss fight, though. That doesn't seem fair at all to them. You have to run faster than that. Come on. There you go. How jumping somehow crosses that gap is beyond me, but, you know, that's typical.
Right.
Well, we made it. Let's get Ernest out of there as soon as we can. Things could get pretty tough once this train arrives at the research complex. Ah, and just one reminder, just in case, as long as this train's in motion, we won't be able to return to town. If you want to play it safe, you'd better save your game in a different slot. And retain your old save from before we boarded the train. What are you talking about with saves and things like that? Don't argue with me about that, just do it. I don't even know how. Don't worry, the one above you knows how. Above me? Never mind. Silly spirit, there's no one above me.
Huh?
What the? A dining car? Now why would a vampire have need of something like this? Well, you do realize even they eat, technically, right? Like, I don't know if in this world they eat, but obviously they drink slash eat people, so they would need somewhere to do that. They need this car to keep their prisoners alive. That too. I don't really think you need a dining car for prisoners necessarily, but, you know, food does need to be prepared for them. Feeding trough for their livestock, huh? And just Aaron stuffing his face. Aaron! What are you doing? You're not supposed to eat that. Why not? It's pretty good. That's not the issue here. And there's nothing wrong with the food itself. Why don't you all eat some too? Ta-da! For once, Aaron has the right idea, because you may as well eat while you got the chance to. What are you doing here?
Hello.
Well. It's rare to find fellow passengers on this train. Perhaps you're planning to stage some great train robbery or something? Chasing vampires? Well, that's something else. Myself, I'm just a traveling merchant. I peddle my wares to whoever needs them, human, vampire, whoever. I'll serve them all. If you're ever in the market for anything, don't hesitate to look me up.
What do you need? All right.
Conveniently, there are many things that I need. What do you know? Eye patch that's used to keep the powers of darkness in check. Gee, I wonder if this has anything to do with the eye patch Lucian wears. Oh, we need specifically snowy skies. I was excited by the skill +6 till they told me the punchline. The windier it is, the less damage you take. That has potential. I assume the hotter it is, the better we are with this. Yep, the higher the temperature, the less damage you take. Okay. Depends on what their threshold for high temperature is, as far as that goes. Spirit +6 under cloudy skies. And the earth one, the more humid it is, the less damage you take. Let's look at our current conditions before we commit it anywhere there. I'll be with you in a moment. 63% humidity seems like a pretty good amount, so I think I'll go with the humid armor.
Hello. What do you need? All right.
I'm not assuming that it has a direct correlation, like I don't think it'll be 63% less damage. But since it's above 50%, I presume that that'll lead to a positive. So we'll go with that. We'll grab the eye patch since it's just a flat stat bonus. We already have leather boots, so I presume I can't stack those. The only thing is we are going to lose the vitality, presumably, of the leather suit we're wearing. So there is a chance where this might be a bad idea. And we are going to want to pick up a couple healing items, probably. They're cheap enough, so it's not really an issue. I know there's an irony to me leaving behind all my healing items and then ending up buying them. Gunpowder. I don't need that for anything at the moment. Which is surprising considering the guns we have, but you know, they're magic. I don't know if those other armor suits are going to be in any other shops, so there might be a logic to taking at least one of the other suits with us. Also, I'm just committing. Since we have the shop here, I'm not scared of not being able to go back to town. Because we have enough money to buy anything we might end up needing here. Gunpowder, meteorite. I could sell some of these energy items. Oh yeah, I should sell the gem while we're here too.
Hello. What do you need? All right.
Oh yeah, that sells for a lot. This doesn't sell for much, but I was gonna throw it away anyway, so I may as well just sell it. There we go.
How can I help you?
That should be enough inventory space to pick up anything we're gonna find. I feel like, at the very least, either the wind armor or the fire armor might be a good idea to grab. We can swap based on the conditions we're in at the time. More than likely, the fire armor is the better choice to take, because temperature is a lot easier for me to read than the wind would be.
See you again soon.
Is like, I have a decent gauge of what the temperature is because it says it's 71. I don't know how meaningful the amount of wind is because, like, it's 2.6 miles an hour wind right now. That sounds like a good amount of wind, but I don't know what their scale is for it, so I don't trust that. We're also out of energy in our energy bank here, so it's currently useless to us. Anything back here? Of course there is. They wouldn't have left that open if there wasn't something back there. Or gunpowder. Okay. So there we go. That's 2 more spirit. That gives us more energy to work with. Yeah, as you see, we lose 2 vitality no matter which one of these we put on. I wish we could tell at a glance how much defense it was giving. And it may be that it's currently not actually benefiting us at all. We have no real way to tell that. Because, like, you see the defense value over there, but we don't know whether it actually shows the calculation to us or not. That's why there's a question mark on that idea at the moment. The only way to prove this out is going to be to actively take hits while wearing one or the other. There you go. Put your Lucian cosplay on. Like, I'm gonna match the 2 of them at the moment. I don't know how well that'll work out for us, but it makes it easier for me to keep track if they're both the same. Because I don't think they ever took the same amount of damage to begin with, so I can't just, like, have one wear the armor and one not, and find out that way. Yep. Kill them all. Doesn't seem like we took much less damage. I'm inclined to think, if anything, we might have been taking more damage there. Let's try flipping to the other one. I'll heal right quick. This is a waste of healing a little bit, but I need to know. Yeah, it's definitely more humid than it is hot, according to the perspective of the game at the moment. There we go. And this is why I wasn't worried about burning the healing. Game, please. I went to hover over the touch button in a different window, tried to get in the way, and it was almost a really big problem. Nom 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 nom. It's unfortunate that I don't seem to be able to cancel this early to save some of our transmeter. But this was a good time to heal anyway. And we can always build the meter back up again. I had a feeling we were going to be going through trap after trap, getting our way through here. Because obviously, it's an armed train. It's going to have a lot of dudes in it. Aren't these the same ones we fought at the first place, which were weak to dark? No. Oh, Alexander's working well enough. We'll go with that for the moment. Now we'll test that. Nope. Yeah, everything we have is neutral to these, so maybe these are just like fire zombies? No, because I thought those were the orange ones. These might just be neutral. And the only way to get that information is going to be to go to the info broker or look it up, so we can't really figure that out in a meaningful way right now, other than learning none of our weapon types worked better on them. Unless the... No, I don't think they're dark zombies, because I thought the purple ones were the dark ones. No, because those would be wind. I suppose figuring it out is ultimately pointless, because they're dead already. skeleton warriors. There we go. Now we can go mano a mano. Mano a bono. His 2 against 1 was just real bad for us because they would keep covering each other. You know, now is a good time to stop playing fair. Since clearly they've lost interest in the idea of playing fair already anyway. Yeah, as expected, these don't do much damage right now. There we go. 3 against 1 wasn't a fair fight for them. The fact that we took off our vitality increase just proves the need for us to actually increase our vitality. But I may be putting it back on if we don't discover a compelling reason to keep the other armors on. Also, I can't help but notice that the game is thumbing its nose at me right now, because take note of the fact that the wind is going up to 10 miles an hour. Pretty safe to say that that's pretty fast wind. It's like, oh hey, we know you just bought the other 2 armors, but what if we made it really fucking windy? Ah. If it isn't the good inspector. What business brings you here today? Surely you must be aware yourself, Baron. We immortals granted you your casket armor, your para-soul. Even the very power of the planet itself, through its guardian Terrennials. You and your kind were given all this. Your rule over this world should be absolute. But now I see vampires being defeated, one after another. I'm afraid I simply can't sit idly by and watch. I see. It's exactly as you say. But fear not, for our problems are about to be solved, thanks to this armor of mine here, which I've newly tailored to my needs. Then the equipment we spoke of earlier is ready as well. It's not yet complete, but I have procured all the necessary parts. Parts? I presume Ernest here is one of said parts. I see. Well, that's concerning. Gusty areas. The wind that flows in certain gusty areas changes in severity based on the strength of the cloud element, or in other words, wind speed. In strong winds, you'll be swept away even if you stand still. Be especially careful when standing near cliffs or on slippery surfaces. Ah, that's why the wind is suddenly really high. Let's come back to that idea in a second. Mind you, the wind is also probably being influenced by the fact that we're on a moving train. But what I'm thinking is, since we just did a bunch of fighting, we probably have some more money. We sure do, which means it's time to go buy the wind armor and see if we can leverage this in our favor. Because if they're gonna try to take us out with the wind element, we may as well turn it to our own advantage, right?
Hello. What do you need? All right.
Wrong one.
How can I help you? All right.
And now we have all the armor types that are available in here, other than buying like the shoes or the hat. Which, since they're both based on the sky, I'm not super jazzed about those, especially since... Well, this one's only Spirit, which I'm not super concerned about. This one I would be interested in getting just because it is a big skill increase. And it would be clear enough to tell when it's snowy. But the fact that it's situational is why I didn't go out of my way to get it.
What do you need? See you again soon.
But if it comes up again, or if we make enough money to get it before we leave and I think of it, I'll go back and get it. Because this does fix our we don't have that many accessories concern. I do feel like the wind is high enough for this to actually be of benefit. And simple fact of the matter is the leather shoes are more beneficial to me, I think, because of the fact that it's a guaranteed +2 versus a situational +6. I know that 2 will never fail me. Now, a smarter man would have actually purchased some more healing after using it before we left where the shop was. And unfortunately, I'm only smart enough to realize that now. And I'm not willing to turn around for it. But let's have a look further down on this way if we can. Looks like it's locked. Oh well, let's take the platform up then. Well, I can't say I'm surprised by that revelation, even if I'm unhappy with that answer. Hang on, y'all. I smell something weird. Okay, everything is fine. Paranoia aside, back to business. Okay, the push doesn't seem to be too bad at the moment. I just need to make sure not to stand still somewhere stupid. Though it is probably going to throw off my alignment for attacking things. And dodging. And this is exactly the situation I was worried about with walking over there, is getting stuck against this corner. Okay, could have gone way better, but also could have gone way worse. I'll take what I can get on that one. Ah, okay, they move back and forth as a hazard. Can I kill them, though? That is an important question. Yes, they can be damaged. First and foremost, though, this jerk needs to go. Thankfully, even with a sword, the skeletons can just be stun locked, so they're not really a concern. No sense in dodging these when I can just destroy them. After all, what's the ultimate defense? Oh right, killing the thing that would hurt you before it can hurt you. Okay. Sounds like there's another one ahead. Yep. Share the health between the two of them. There we go. We can use energy restore, so I'm not too concerned about burning all of his energy dealing with these problems. It was very important, however, not to get pulled through the door there. Yeah. I was debating seeing if I could just, like, run past at this point, but I don't know how much further this goes. So it's not worth the risk. Game, please. There we go. How much further down the train do we have to go? Like, obviously, this is not going to be a short trip considering it's a train. I would be very surprised if an entire armed train would be like 3 cars long. It is nice when there's sequences that are very apparently better for one character versus the other, so you don't have to play a guessing game of, well, which one do they intend me to use here? I almost don't even have to block these guys because we just casually slide out of their range by the time they swing. Half the time. Yeah, if anything, that's the biggest danger in here right now, is enemies showing up behind me. God damn it, game. I feel like I got robbed on that one. So, I don't feel like I counted wrong on my swings there, but maybe I did. At the end of the day, I should have healed. That much is on me. I won't dispute that. But I feel like he should have died there before I did. I suppose on the bright side, at least the sun's coming up, so while we're up here on the top, once it's actually fully up, we won't need to worry about spending any more energy items. I just switched to deal with this guy because I'm like, he's got a lot of goddamn health. We'll be here all day shooting missiles at him. And as it turns out, the situation really didn't change at all. Now, of course, we lost Lucian just in time to be able to go back down to where it'll be safer. I don't know if this brings characters back. Nope, sure doesn't. We really don't know how to do anything about that problem, huh? So it looks like we're gonna have to go across the top of the train again anyway. And this is why I moved to the side a little bit, is so that we didn't promptly get sent back down the elevator. If we lose this boss fight because we can only use Solar Boy here, well, so be it. So in theory, Lucian should come back because I think there's gonna be dialogue for both of them here. I've been waiting for you, Vampire Hunter Lucian. And you as well, Guild Gunslinger. I must thank you for joining me here. You've saved me the trouble of having you found. Are you Stoker? Indeed, I'm the great Baron Stoker, the director of the Tower Laboratory, at your service. What do you do with Ernest? Fear not, boy, you'll be joining him soon enough. In the experiment that's about to begin. Experiment? Yes, a test of my new gear, the ultimate casket armor.
Behold my ultimate armor.
That's a big one. Is that Ernest? I've had this armor enhanced, strengthened to the absolute limit of its potential. As if my own dark power wasn't enough, it's also been imbued with the Ice Tyrannial. And thanks to your friend here, I've also got the power of the sun on my side, a solar gun. To put it short, my armor is invincible. How did you do this, Ernest? Come on, you're a vampire. Do you honestly think you can retain control over the power of the sun? I intend to demonstrate that with this very experiment. I beg you, try not to die too quickly,
I'm coming.
Okay, so he's got a solar claw and a dark claw. Did they... nope, the cutscene did not bring Lucian back this time. He is still very dead. Okay, so I'm gonna have to focus on the dark claw then, and hope that I don't have to kill both claws to do anything here. Though it looks like he might only be vulnerable if I hit the light claw right now. Okay, whenever any of them are blocking, it looks like he might be protected. But as soon as his defense goes down, he gets hit. So really, I needed the kid here anyway, so this works out. Is getting in there to hit the body with the wind and everything would have been such a pain. Swatting these grenades with the sword wouldn't have been impossible, but it would have been more difficult as well. You know, plus or minus the times where the missiles just don't hit anything. Aha, but that can be damaged while he's got his guard up. Okay. Which buys me more time to hit him. I was wondering if this was just gonna be like a really long fight. Okay, so that is what switching characters would have been for in this situation. Is breaking his guard, as expected. Just gonna hang out over here. Problem is, I keep getting pushed back a little bit too far. Ow. Toasty, what do you do again when I use your special? Yes, add soul to the attacks in trance mode. Oh, that's right, his is just a yellow version of the effect Nero has. I remember now. Okay, nothing he's doing is targetable by that. There we go. Kick him in the face, kick him in the face, kick him in the face some more. Kick him in the face, kick him in the face, kick him in the face some more. We didn't really absorb... Oh, right. His is energy absorbing, not health absorbing. So, well, that refilled our energy meter, so I guess that wasn't useless. Just not what I was hoping for. Though, hindsight being 2020, it literally said energy absorbing. So, paying attention can be handy sometimes, as it turns out. That's the last of our healing, though, so I'm gonna have to start being careful. Rather than toying with the idea of shooting the missiles down this time, we'll just focus on dodging them. You know, for a supposedly invincible casket armor, I'm really kind of disappointed in this whole spider bot thing he's got going on here. Really, we're doing this again immediately? Come the fuck on now. I literally can't dodge all of them because my dash is unreliable. Fucking hell. Could you not? Yeah, but see, if we stand too far off to a side, they still home in enough. We have to keep moving. And then the controls once again screw the whole thing for me. You might think, yes, game, I know how to break his guard. Thanks for telling me the thing that wasn't a problem. They really are just, like, laying it all out there, huh? It's like, hey, you died once to this thing. You're probably stupid, so here's how you do this. Oh, right, I didn't put Narrow on. There we go, that does good damage. Now he'll probably switch. Now he's doing the missiles again. Hooray! Everybody's favorite game mechanic, homing missiles. Tedious homing missile barrage. Tedious homing missile barrage. Do 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 do. Lasts entirely too long. Like, the wind is just high enough, by the way, that I can't reliably stay where I want to, in case people are wondering why I'm staying so far back. It's not always intentional. Like, obviously, to a certain degree, I'm intending to stay back so I don't get screwed. But half of it is literally just when I'm trying to shoot, for example, I'm losing so much ground to the wind. This is just kind of tedious. Like, it's not a bad idea for a fight, but... the amount of hurry up and wait in this fight is not great. Especially since every attack we have makes us stand still, the wind is just a hard counter to being able to do more than like an attack or two at a time. I'm not gonna blame the game for the dashing issue, that is just my controls being problematic because of probably needing to adjust the stick sensitivity. Oh, now he's doing something different, huh? Okay. Oh, and now he's moved further back. Ah, that's why he moved back. Okay. The game was kind enough to give us our healing items back. I probably could just block the... That really doesn't have much of a tell to it, aside from him standing still for a second. And I don't trust that tell enough yet to take that as a, oh yeah, that's a thing that he's doing. Okay, shielding doesn't matter against that. Understood. This may still end up being our first legitimate loss as well. Yeah, blocking doesn't really help too much. It keeps us from taking damage there, but it doesn't stop us from being shut down for a bit. I feel like I'm losing more energy shooting these down than I am by dodging them, but I'm hoping to stay in a better position as a result of staying and firing. That's what I was hoping for, was to get an opening to do some damage. I'm probably supposed to, like, stop him from doing that dash somehow. But I don't trust the movement enough in this game to go in and attack him before he goes for the dash, either. And then there's the fact that the side of those missiles somehow counts well enough that they'll just, like, instant turn and hit you. I'll just take the stun, it's fine. This is the problem, though, is we take the stun and then he immediately goes into the shooting phase, because I think he's doing it because we're too far back. Problem is, it's hard to make any forward movement when he keeps freezing you. Yeah, and this is about as problematic as I expected hitting them to be. Wait for the flame to go by. Just fucking die! Got him! That was a pain in the ass and a half, but we got through it. So much for your supposedly invincible armor. Why? My ultimate casket armor. It failed. Wretched Tyrannials who dare to continue defying the will of the vampires. Why must you keep us from attaining our eternal utopia? In the box with you. You okay, Ernest? Yeah, man, I really messed up this time. How's Kay? Is he safe? Yeah, he ought to be back with the guild by now. I see. Never thought you'd be the one doing the rescuing, kid, or Aaron. You can thank Lucian for that. Lucian? You! Sartana, you're still alive? My name is Lucian, not Sartana. Vampire Hunter Lucian, the Dark Warrior. I've heard the tales. Is that who you've become? Can't you return to what you were before? I don't know if this is the same Sartana you speak of, but the Sartana I knew died 7 years ago. He died alongside a great vampire hunter, and a woman who later became a vampire's bride. Ernest, what's going on here? Who's this Sartana? Don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You've completed your mission, isn't that good enough? But me, I've got my own mission, and I can't afford to waste any more time standing around here. It's time to purify Stoker with the Sunflower up in satellite orbit.
The place come forth.
you know, let's follow this up with another probably great sequence of flying the ship and fighting with the touchscreen. Here, I'll quickly flip the one screen around so you guys get a better view of that. I say quickly, but it really isn't a very quick process to actually do that. Zobius sometimes just doesn't like to come up. We'll need to use the casket rocket to break through the alien sky. We've discussed this dozens of times. I'm going to just stop talking about it now. Ready as we'll get. Imprecise touch controls are the best mechanic any game could have. Yeah, I would love to be able to react the way the game wants me to, but I just cannot. Let's see. What do the other two we just got do? Slide the stylus to lock onto 4 enemies with cloud shots. No. This might be the better call, honestly. Just shield our way through this section. This way I don't have to fight with the accuracy at all. I just gotta be mindful of my energy. You know, aside from when it decides, oh, you totally stopped touching even though you were still holding. Okay, we need to start fighting back though, otherwise we're never gonna get any healing. It seems like that's not counting as destroying them for the purposes of dropping things. We're probably gonna die though, because you'll notice it's just eating inputs left and right there, because I was mashing the clicks on all of them and they were just like, nah, but what if we weren't really there? This thing shouldn't be too big a problem, at least. The biggest danger I'm gonna have here is running out of energy. Which is why I'm just kind of gently firing instead of going crazy. I'm being careful so he doesn't smash into me, because we've had that happen entirely too many times in these sequences. Down he goes without an incident. Now on to section 2. Hopefully we can pick up some health before the almost certain Schrodinger section happens. Look at this. Look at how much shit they're spawning. Like, are these lock-on shots just that good or something? Not really. They take time to get to their target. No, I don't think these are working. I'm glad we have money left, because we're gonna have to spend a fair bit to get through this. Because these flight sections are just so well designed. Especially when their explosion fires a shot at us. Game, please, let me fucking grab my ship, you stupid touchscreen. Like, the fact that there's just a little bit of wiggle to the touch, I think, is the biggest problem here. Is like, you've seen me, I don't know if you can see the cursor or not, but I've absolutely put it on the ship, pressed on it, and moved it, and it's just refused to move multiple times. And it is infuriating. But these are an unfortunately necessary part of this game, so I can't be like, oh yeah, we'll just skip these parts. I literally can't. And if these are getting this rough at this point, I can only imagine how much worse this gets. This is gonna be the biggest hurdle, as I said before. Especially when it just doesn't acknowledge me tapping those enemies. Like, I would never claim to be good at this, but I'm certainly not doing as bad a job as the game's making it look. It's interesting, though, that we had so much better of a time with the second flight sequence than the first, and now we're back to having a bad time with flight. So, what's different? What was different about that second flight sequence that made it not as awful? Like, I feel like it can't just be I did better one time out of 3. That doesn't make sense. Like, obviously, there is variable there, but that doesn't add up. So I guess it was the second one done in the same day, so maybe there was a level of warm-up there? I don't know. I just wish they'd give me actual, like, stick control for movement here. That would literally solve this entire thing for me. Just so I'd actually be able to separately move and attack instead of everything being attached to the same input. We're just gonna tank our way through this. There's just too much shit here. Which this might be why they're spawning so much, though, is because they intend you to use the shield to get through rather than fighting. The hell is that? Why is there all kinds of weird shit happening today? It's gotta be the most goddamn distracting day. Yeah, and God forbid you fly near something you have to shoot, because you're not gonna be allowed to shoot it. Incoming from everywhere. Game, don't shake the ship and ignore my input when I'm getting hit, please. I had to start shooting there because we didn't have enough energy to reliably sit there and block. Head-to-head fighter approaching. Ah, so we're doing both of these now. Okay. No, but we may as well be, because the game's just gonna not do what I'm telling it to. And I'm assuming we're gonna have to redo the entire section again if we go down here. Ah, that's what he was doing. I can't help but notice that we're already up in orbit already. Why are we going so far to do this? Why couldn't the satellite be closer? Also, if there's this many enemy aircraft up in space, why is the satellite even still up there? You'd think they would have destroyed the satellite by now. And if the satellite's able to protect itself, why isn't it helping? Like, I feel like this entire section exists just because they thought this would be fun gameplay, and, it kind of isn't. Because if they're expecting you to sit here and cycle all of your shot types quickly as well, I got bad news for them on that one, especially about the fact that there's a slight delay when you swap before it even lets you interact with the ship again. And these lock-on shots are a great idea on paper till you realize you can't move while you're trying to lock onto the things on the screen. So that just doesn't work. I don't want to be negative, but this section literally is giving me nothing but negative things to say. Just look at this. Look at this pile up, for example. Just ew. Across the board, ew. I wonder if there's somebody out there that made a modified version of this game where the touch controls were removed. I feel like this game's probably not popular enough for that, unfortunately. There we go. I would like to say we're doing better, but really we're about the same position we were before. Just gonna dodge rather than wasting energy on some of those. Thanks, game. Totally didn't fire at that enemy at all. Nope. Sure didn't. Yeah, you know, let's just cover the area where the health pickup is guaranteed to be with explosives immediately as soon as you'd be able to reach it. But glad I completely wasted that health pickup. Like, there just gets to be so many of these fucking things appearing in the same spot that you can't even reliably target the one you want to. So them sending mixed sets of forces, while should be a mechanically interesting thing, ends up just being a chore. And I'm pretty sure I've repeated some of these points each time we've been out here in space, but, like, what else am I gonna say about these sections? Now... there we go. Now I can hear myself think instead of bwah, bwah, bwah in my ears the entire time. Since the punching ship is green, I'm wondering if it's worth trying to see if I can peck out an elemental counter to it. But I don't think it's gonna work. No, that seems to be doing good damage. At the very least, we can target him reasonably consistently with it regardless. So maybe this will work out. And at least this ship's not super dangerous, now that I remember what his pattern is all about, which is mostly just target player. Just gotta watch out for when he starts flying really fast. Fun fact, I didn't actually drag that time. I let go, moved the mouse up, and then touched again. It treated it as if I held that for some reason. So that's great. That's great. Touchscreen gameplay is the bane of gaming. Like, at the face of it, I actually like the idea of touch to shoot. It's literally just the fact that it's also the movement. That is the entire problem. And I know I claimed before that maybe it would be okay on an actual DS with an actual stylus and everything, but I'm starting to have my doubts with the amount that they're spawning and spamming here. Okay, some of them aren't valid targets till they're closer. Yeah, but see, I can't, like, swipe to target all of them when they show up, because by the time all of them are in place enough for you to attack them, some of them are already attacking, so you're just hosed either way on that deal. And God forbid there be anywhere to put this chunky goddamn ship where there isn't something that's underneath me. Oh my god. Please. I just want to be able to kill this goddamn boss so we can move on with the video game. Not even bothering. That's what I was hoping for. There we go. That will help a lot. So I thought about it and realized they wouldn't spawn a big cloud like that unless there was healing in there. So now we just need to hang on to some of it, which is going to rely on the game playing ball more than anything. Yep. I thought I was high enough up. I should have just switched back to the other corner. At the end of the day, we're literally just going to end up back in the same health position we were before again. I was about to say, don't you dare let that count. I would have been very angry. Why am I getting a ping? Oh, it's that stupid thing again. Okay. Yeah, those are too far apart. That's what I was afraid of. I should have just stuck with the Tove plan for that one. Even though there could have potentially been healing in here, this just isn't worth it. And we know we'll get healing in here if we do it right. sake, once again. Like, yes, we're getting a, hey, they're coming in from behind warning. Guess how much behind there is? Oh, right, the entire screen. I'm assuming when they're coming in from behind, they probably are actively coming in on your location, probably. Yes, game. Clearly I wanted to fire another shot rather than moving out of the way of the projectiles coming towards me. That seems like exactly what I would have wanted to do. You clearly know what I want so much better than I do. Okay. Head-to-head fighter again. Which we learned that this did more damage to him. But I'm gonna try just rapid fire for a moment here. Yeah, no, that is still more effective regardless. So I think the homing shots were doing more damage to him, but our fire rate was so severely reduced that I don't think it was worth the exchange. Considering, you know, he's already nearly dead. We are burning our energy reserves like nobody else. But compared to dying, I feel like that's a much better outcome. That's not to say we won't still die, but fingers crossed on that one. Trying to pop a couple here and there. What the fuck is this sequence here? Nope. Nope, fuck you. Yeah, I'm trying to pop a couple of them here and there in order to hopefully get a healing item to pop out of some of them. Oh, you fuck. Wood. There we go. Energy is also nice. Still rather more health, but energy is useful. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh good, you have an even bigger ship now. I've been waiting for you, old friend. The Schrodinger you've seen until now was, as we say, like a cat with no whiskers. Now that it's been restored to its original form, you've got nothing on me. You've said that every time, I would like to say. You haven't said the original form bit before, but you keep saying I've got nothing on you, and then you get ruined. I'm not gonna let you run off with Stoker's Terrennial, and I won't let you open the gate of binding. It's time for you to face the ultimate mobile fighter. Prepare to face the fury of armored Schrodinger. I'll blast you to bits and send you to the ether. Congratulations, you have Dollar Store Gundam now. Good for you. Would you kindly die? Okay, you still just have machine gun. Okay. Okay, those punches are real fast. Thankfully, she's spending a lot of time just kind of hanging out. Ah, that seems... Oh. Well, you know, that's one way to win a fight. Crash the damn emulator. Fuck's sake. Why is today gotta be a pain, huh? Why is today gotta be the most aggravating day in the world? hate it here. Especially since I don't think we saved through half that train, did we? So we have to do that entire Stoker fight again. I'm gonna check to see if the save is still there. If the emulation is still broken and the save still does not save properly, we are going to go do something else. I also didn't put any safety save states down because I did not anticipate a crash. Which, that's on me, admittedly. I should never trust these things not to randomly break.
Lunar Knights.
But it had behaved up till this point, so I had no reason to be suspicious. Okay, the save is still there. Good. Fuck's sake. And the good news is we know what we're getting into. The bad news is we do have to redo a bunch. Just means now that I know where the Stoker fight is, I will save right before we get into that fight at the very least. I suppose is gonna be the path for us. And all things considered, I was not impressed by the different armor types, so I don't think I'm gonna bother buying them again. I think we'll just roll with what we have of now, which is staying power, the eye patch, and the vitality increase. Which, probably just gonna stick with the vitality increase. And, like, obviously part of this is my mentality's not the best today. I don't know what's in me today, but I'm noticing things are aggravating me more, and I don't really have answers for the why. Like, I'm just a little sharper today. But it's also just really annoying to have to redo all of this just because of an emulation failure. Stacked on top of how the Stoker fight went and how all of that flight section went. It just, you know, it's a little bit of a rough day, apparently. One of these days I'll actually count correctly fighting those things. Apparently today is not that day, though. Yes, yes, defeat all the monsters. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just chew through these guys. I was debating saving this for the skeletons. But if we go into the skeleton fight with full health, we'll probably be fine either way. And just tearing through a crowd like this is going to be satisfying enough to help me feel a little bit better anyway. But there are so many of you in here still, goddamn. At least we're recharging a good amount of the meter immediately. And we still came out of that up health. And there is the heal over in the corner here. Did we really fill our inventory already? Wow, sure did. We got so many more drops that time. Rinse your guard. Oh, that's right. The no losing guard thing. We might actually make use of that since we're gonna have that for the Stoker fight. We may as well make use of it. And it'll keep us from losing our guard when we block his charges. That part's at least a smart choice. I also can't help but notice that the wind is higher now than it was last time, so that might make the climb over more annoying. And Stoker more annoying. we're picking up so many healing items that part of me is just like, you know, maybe I just don't care. And then I'm immediately reminding myself, you know, remember how the Stoker fight went? Yet again, dum-dum. Don't waste all of your healing. You're gonna need it for fighting Stoker. So there's of course the reality in which we just go back to the shop after we clear these areas out and then just restock. But the more money we have on hand, fucking hiccups.
I'm out of here.
The more money we have on hand, the more times we can retry later, which is going to be important. And when we go in orbit, I'll probably just put a save state down because of the crash. Hindsight being 2020, I should have just done that in the first place, but we've already had that discussion. And now we're back about to go up and over. So if there was ever a time where I was going to go back to the shop, it'd be now. So let's quickly trot back. I do wish it would retain dash between rooms, but I understand why it wouldn't. Come on, game. There you go. I'm just gonna feed him up pretty much and then stock up.
Hello. What do you need?
Got anything that'll just remove bad sections of a video game? No? Okay, well, you don't have what I need then. The good news is I think I can just kill the Schrodinger before it has a chance to use that move. And that will hopefully avoid the crash in the first place. That's basically what my plan's going to be. And we'll go ahead and bring a power fruit in with us too. I don't think we can use items in space. I'm pretty sure I tested that before, otherwise I'd like use the power fruit to charge through Schrodinger. But at the very least, the power fruit should allow us to kill old Stoker a bit faster and make that fight less of a chore. And now that we have done it, we do know a bit better how to do it a bit cleaner, so it should be less painful anyway. We've already seen this scene, video game. No, shut up. Shut up. Because apparently these scenes are unskippable, so I just fast-forwarded us through it. Out of an interest of safety, though, I'm going to, as we go forward, save now. Because apparently I'm going to need to save a lot more often than I originally was. Because we're currently in a situation of I can't trust this to not fail on me. Seeing as I don't know what caused the crash because there was no error or anything. Like, the likely candidate is something pertaining to that laser attack went wrong. Like, that's the obvious answer. But I don't know what about that caused it to happen, so I don't know what other effects could potentially cause that crash to happen again. It may be an isolated incident. There's no guaranteeing one way or the other on that. I should just re-kill these all in order to have the same experience we had before, but I just cannot be bothered. So we lose some experience. Boo-hoo, get me the hell out of here. If I have to, I'll just grind the experience back up later. Oh, right, there was the heal right here. For some reason, I thought it was a little further along. Well, so much for that one healing item. Oh, well.
All right.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, the bank's still empty. I feel like having to actively transfer some of your money over in order to be able to use it for the energy recharge does make sense, but it feels like needless fiddle at the same time. I feel like the game wouldn't have been hurt by you being able to just use whatever money you're making. I might end up taking a hit here at the beginning of the fight. Nope, wait, no, he does still have more dialogue.
I'm coming for you.
Blah, 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 my big middle spider, blah.
All right.
I also needed to switch to Nero anyway, but we can fix that when we have to switch again.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, see how the wind's pushing harder this time? Who would have thought that a slight increase in wind, because it's literally just like a 1 mile an hour difference, would be making this much of a push difference? We are making much better headway on his health, though. And I didn't even eat the attack boost yet, so let's quickly do that before I forget. So that we can hopefully just push through what's left of him.
All right.
Joke's on you. We wasted the attack boost though, because he has so many of those ever so lovely attacks that you can't attack him during. Nah. Oh, come on. The wind is such a pain. We're gonna get stunned here, but that's okay. Oh, we didn't actually get stunned. We just got hurt. Well, that's fine. Ah, I tried to cheap him out. Didn't work. Oh, fuck's sake. Kindly die. Okay, at least we cleared him out pretty quickly and first try. When we get to the "Are you sure?" I'll just put a save state down rather than juggling out of that menu and then back in again to do a proper save. Yes, yes. Send Rocket Laplace. We... Yep, alien sky, blah 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 blah. I'll put it in a different spot just to be safe. Just in case we're in some kind of corrupted situation here. And clearly it crashed because the game knew I wanted to do this some more. I was really just lying about how much I hated this. And if you're wondering, yes, I am actually annoyed with myself at how much better I'm doing after I made that joke. I wish I could say this is for the bit, but it really isn't. This is just happening this way. There we go, and as soon as I drew attention to it, it stopped working. Of course it did. So I suppose the warm-up statement is partially true, though, because I am doing better as I do this more, much as I wish I didn't have to. The touch input is still very jank, but I'm starting to adjust to the jank. Which is, as usual, the thing I do best anyway. Oh, that's where I was supposed to get the health back, though. It's fine. We ended up with the same results either way here anyway. I suppose if this didn't have janky touch input, they would have found a way to make the regular input jank anyway. There we go. Yeah, about the same. Slightly less health, but otherwise basically the same results. Actually, I probably should stay on solar because we get extra fire rate. And we're actually maintaining a decent amount of energy. If you would let me move. I'm not asking the enemies to let up, I'm asking the controls to let me move. It's a very important distinction. No, I'm not in fact alright at this point. Especially when it doesn't place where I tell it to place, so we take stupid damage for no reason. If you're wondering, yes, I did actually slam the ship into the rock on purpose at that point because I was annoyed, and we were in such an awful position that we weren't pulling that back unless I found a lot of health. Sometimes you just need to blow a ship up. It doesn't help that I get very tired of the beep 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 noise every 5 seconds. And to think, if I just had manual control of my goddamn weapons, you got me hit there. I didn't want to move at all, no. Why would I want to move? I probably should have switched there, but... You almost end up in a position of wondering if it's even worth putting a real effort forward if the game's just gonna rob you anyway. See, we ended up with better results when I didn't go get the health than when I did. It really just doesn't feel like it matters one way or the other. I wish it would keep up with my input, but it doesn't. Yeah, sure, I didn't want those to hit. Why would I want my shots to hit the enemy that I touched? Yep, nope, I didn't want any of those shots to count either. I don't need health. Why would I need health? I don't need control or health, no. Nothing good needs to happen, no. No, 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 no. Absolutely no positives needed here, nope. Just gonna tank through this because this is gonna be stupid anyway. Yep, because here comes the faster spawns. Much as I would have liked to try to get health out of there, I would have just lost what little health we have left. Though we are in real big trouble now. I cannot shake these goddamn hiccups either, which is really annoying me. Okay, got him without any incident. We need to get some health back before we get Schrodinger, though we're in trouble. I said get health back, not lose more of it because the touchscreen decides not to be responsive. You know, you would think those explosives would be the answer to a big group like that. But for some reason, it never is. There's, yes, 2 health pickups. Okay. We're in much better shape now. Come on. Oh, yeah, sure. Just have that, like, touch the ship but not count. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, this is a little bit cheeky, but because of the crashing, I'm actually going to put another save state down. If it crashes, I'll use it. I feel like that's fair. Is that something beyond my control happening? Me losing to my own failure, I'm going to accept, but I'm not going to accept it crashing again. Gotta wait throughout this whole animation here. Now it'll start being damageable. Okay, you're going for the hand missiles immediately. That's fine. I can keep powering through your health bar that way. Ow. That's fine. Oh, they're going for this immediately. Okay. And they're invincible while they're doing that. Okay, so it does seem to consistently crash, but only if I get hit by it. Because you'll notice they went through more shots, I think, before it crashed. So I think we can get through that. I think we can actually get through that, especially if I attack a little more efficiently. I'm still very concerned we're going to end up in a no-win scenario at some point anyway. But I'm stubborn, as you all know. Okay, I have to tap on the screen for this part so it's not playing ball too much. There we go. There we go. Now they'll be damageable here in a moment. Go ahead, hit me. I don't care. I'm just gonna keep hitting you. Yep, they're gonna do it immediately. I think as long as they're at half health, they do go for this move. I wonder. Will this work? Nope. It is as soon as it covers the whole screen. So this fight might be unwinnable then. We might actually be in a position where we straight up can't do this fight because it keeps crashing. Why do these things have to happen? I've still got a couple more tricks up my sleeve. Switch renderers. There's no guarantee anything I do will fix this. It might even be that the dump is bad. But I've switched renderers now. We'll see if that makes it not crash when it does that. You can see a visual difference already, probably. Why is the bottom screen gone? Hang on. Well, that's a problem. I'm glad I noticed that, but why are you gone? How long has that been gone? Does anybody know? Anybody paying attention enough to be able to answer that question? Because I certainly only just noticed it now. And I have no way of rolling back to check. It could have been gone for the whole time since the first crash, which would be awful. Today's just fucking cursed, isn't it? And I, for some reason, cannot get OBS to acknowledge it right now. Come on, OBS. Quit being the useless piece of shit we all know you are. Am I really gonna have to make a whole new capture just so you stop being terrible? Fuck's sake. Give me a second, y'all. Gonna have to fix this manually. Yes, that's clearly what I wanted to do. I clearly wanted to just delete that immediately. Thanks, OBS. You are the best program ever. Well, now you all get to see firsthand how I made this in the first place. Cause everything wants to be a pain in my ass today. I'm not allowed to have anything good happening. There we go. It's actually sized slightly better than the last version was. And all this effort's gonna have gone in and it's gonna crash again. It's not even gonna worry about getting hit, like I said. Health isn't gonna matter here if it's just gonna blow up again. You're going back, you're gonna do the wing thing again. I can't hurt them while they're doing that, so I can't stop that from happening. Nope, it still crashes. I don't understand. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I need to know. Because as it turns out, I do have a duplicate of this file, and I don't think is the exact same one. So this will at least rule out a file issue. But I don't know if it'll let me use my save states. Nope, it won't, so that's useless. That won't help anything. So we may as well just go back to the original file, because getting back there is going to take hours. Is there anything else I can try to do to fix this? May as well switch back to the better renderer, because that clearly didn't matter. Though it may just turn into I have to put Lunar Knights on hold till I can figure out a fix for that. Slash just have to put it aside altogether. Because I don't have any other ideas for this. So I think it's gonna come down to I try one more trick to end that fight fast enough. And then we just accept the fact that that's a no-go today. I think that's just where we're at. Is assuming that it's triggering that attack at half health, what I can do is push it close to half health, wait for my energy to come back, and then power through it before it gets a chance to change attacks. Is we've shown that we can reliably push through about half of its health bar quickly. Okay, stop there because that's above half. Let's see if it does the attack again. Or we wait for it to do a long attack and take advantage of that. They're committed to an animation, so it's the best shot we have at killing them before they can break the game. Got him. Okay. When in doubt, workarounds. My all-powerful armor Schrodinger defeated for the third time. I didn't have enough power to maneuver because of all this armor. I regret having lost half my body. But no matter, I'll just wait for my master for my better half. I have to return. See you in the Dark Castle. Okay, we made it work. We fucking solved the mystery. The answer being, don't let them do the game-crashing attack. Lucian, Aaron, that was great, you two. Aaron Stoker was the vampire with the last of the 4 great Perennials. Once we purify him, we'll be able to break the seal on the Gate of Binding. In other words, we're getting close to our final battle with the vampires. Of course, there's still the Immortals, the one who gave the vampires their power. Where do you suppose they went and did that for? What exactly are they after anyway? It won't be long before everything becomes clear. And when it does, the fate of this planet will rely on the path you choose. Huh? Oh, sorry, just got lost in salt there for a second. Breaking the fourth wall a little, don't mind me. Anyway, the Purifex is ready to start up whenever. So feel free to dock as soon as you're good to go. Oh, well, that's a different thing breaking, but that's fine. Hang on. Doing the best I can here. There we go. That's why it broke slightly. Oh my god, when did that fix itself? Oh, this might have just... Oh god. So guess who forgot to take the other capture that was still running and remove it? Yeah, this guy. So you might have missed part of the fight. Not that you missed anything, as it was the exact same fight we did like 6 times, only for it to crash, except it didn't crash this time. I've got so many redundant sources just fucking scattered around now because of everything breaking too. Oh god. What a mess. But at least we're through it. Ah, that power, your power, destroyed my casket armor, my shining star, the very latest in alchemic technology. But that power is far from just your own, and it's certainly not superior to my alchemy. If only the Perennials would have cooperated, then my alchemy would not have been bested. Sure thing, buddy. Then the vampires wouldn't have been bested. We vampires are the chosen ones. Are they, though? Are they? Well, it doesn't seem like you are, because you lost. I am Ezra, the guardian that governs over ice. You may have purified a part of this planet's consciousness, its power. Power that had been usurped by the vampires. The same thing all of the others said. Thanks to your purification of Stoker, I was able to regain my form. Casket armor's good stuff, you know, we know all this already. Yep, we've had this discussion a great many times, and yep, I am being a pain in their ass, just as they are a pain in my ass. There we go, I'm just gonna put that back over there because this dialogue's almost over and it's all the same thing we've already seen. So I put the wrong capture back. That's still all screwbally. Why is that gone screwbally suddenly anyway? Yeah, see, it's off center now, even though it was fine a moment ago. And this one just doesn't exist.
Listen up, everyone.
You just hold that thought, Ernest. I need to fix a thing. Is somehow this ended up screwed up even though I literally just made it. There we go. I don't understand what's gotten into everything today, but it just... it is just out of hand. With the vampire's top brass down in at the hands of Lucian and company, Kuliakan's defenses have grown thin. With the cooperation of the 4 great Perennials, it should be possible to unlock the Gate of Binding. There's no better time than now to rescue the prisoners in New Kuliakan. Please, Lucian, you must help us. I have only one goal, to defeat Dumas. I have no intention of aiding your cause. That said, as long as the paths are one and the same, I won't try to stop you. Just make sure you don't get in my way. Lucian, so be it. If you intend to defeat the Duke, we'll help out as best we can. However, we can't actively fight alongside you. As members of the guild, our utmost priority is to rescue our imprisoned comrades. Is it that important to you to help these people? People who will bend to the vampire's will without even trying to fight back? It is. We're not gonna make the same mistake again. Ernest, I'm going with Lucian. The Duke, he's the leader of the vampires, right? He's our enemy, which means we'll have to take him on sooner or later. If Lucian's gonna fight the Duke, then I'm gonna protect him along the way. You protect me? Kid, you are crazy. Don't make me laugh. I'm not good at laughing. I kinda left that behind a while ago. Aaron, you understand the danger you're about to face? Sure I do. But we couldn't have saved you or Ernest without the help of Lucian. Now it's our turn to watch his back, don't you think? Besides, I'm not an apprentice any longer. I know perfectly well how dangerous this job is. I guess you're right, Aaron. Fair enough, you can go with Lucian. Ernest! Are you kidding? I don't remember ever saying you could. Just don't get over your head, alright? Remember, it's okay to run away if you get in trouble. There's no point in looking cool if you're dead. Haven't you heard that somewhere before, Aaron? You people! Aaron, take this with you. We managed to salvage it from the remains of the Baron's armor, but it still needs a few repairs. I think this spare should be useful enough, though. Solar Gun Dragoon. We're finding so many guns and not a single replacement melee weapon, but I guess the Dark Sword is special. But at the same time, we've got a category for Dark Swords. Why is there only one? Why can't I get a new fancy sword? I want a new fancy sword. Thanks, Ernest. But this will be totally unstoppable. Sure thing, kiddo. And there's no point in trying to talk them out of it now. The important part is we got through the crashing bit, so now we're fine, hopefully. It does make me very nervous about going into space, even more so than I already was. But maybe it's just that one laser. Maybe that one laser, when it fills the screen, is just death. I don't know. Was there any shops in here?
Look who's here.
Yes, we're
What do
visiting.
you need?
Things you apparently don't have.
May the sun be with
Perish. You have no things for me to buy, therefore you're dead to me.
Welcome. How can I help you? Right,
Thank you for already being more useful than those guild fools.
right.
What do you have in your shop? There's the eye patch, health amulet, protects skin poison. Yeah, we saw that before. Skill +6 under rainy skies. Oh yeah, I think we learned that last time. And then the spell legs, I'm assuming, are similar. Yep. Under clear skies.
What?
So many situational items. I forget what was in the starting shop. 'Cause I remember we ignored it because it was too expensive.
There. What do you want?
Oh, there's more stuff too, because I don't remember that mask. So since it's Garmir, I'm going to assume it's the same as the legs, just for the hat. Yep, under snowy skies you get a buff. Okay, doubles the effect of terror bugs. And this is presumably snowy. Lower the temperature, okay. So it's the opposite of the other one, that makes sense. So these are all situational. Every single last one of them is situational.
See ya.
This causes me pain. And don't worry, I'm gonna put money in the bank. I'm just figuring everything else out before I worry about that, because I don't know what money I'll have left. Seems even the Baron was destined to lie before you, defeated. Pardon me, I was just reminiscing a bit. Anyway, we have more important things to discuss. I see you managed to free the ice tyrannial Ezra. This means the frigid Arctic climate she governs over is now available. Now the tyrannials of the four great elements have all been freed, the vampire specter of the eternal night would seem to be all but impossible. One might say that the jig is finally up for the Duke. Still, I doubt they'll take this sitting down. You'd best keep an eye out for yourselves.
What would you like? Yes, sir.
Which weapon would you like me to enhance?
Obviously, we don't have anywhere near the amount of iron needed for this, because apparently this just keeps needing more and more iron, instead of needing any of the other materials we have all over the place. This needs steel and throttles, this still needs steel and solvent, this needs steel and something we don't have. Hold the Y button to fire solar or breath. Okay, so it's like a flamethrower deal. Okay, that could be useful. Because frequently that type of thing ends up being a good boss-killing weapon because games are not good at calculating those.
Which climate do you want to change to?
Now here's the thing, we've been just leaving the climate alone. There is a world in which I adjust the climate and that makes the armor more effective. The problem with changing the climate is I don't know how much of an effect it'll have on the landscape and alter our ability to move and fight as well. Is realistically our best choice would be to choose the frigid Arctic climate right now because we have a full set of armor that's reliant on snow and cold. But I don't know what other effects it'll have on our situation. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Alright, I've hacked it in.
Even though this might backfire.
I help you. Take care.
Because I do think the stat bonuses are going to be worth the effects we'll be causing. The biggest problem we're going to run into is I don't know if I can afford to get that whole situation rolling. At least not immediately and directly. But what I can do is if we're going to commit to that bit, I may as well sell the staying power. This is not going to help us. I know I lost money on that deal, but that's fine. Because we can get the Garmir headgear, Winter's Tail, and we're just going to have to save up a little bit for the shoes, which I think were in the other shop. If they weren't, then they're stuck on the train and I wouldn't be able to get them anyway. So it's a non-issue.
Welcome. What can I do for you? Certainly, sir.
Enjoy this sound for a minute here. I'm gonna go ahead and put up to like 800 just to make sure we have energy to spare just in case. Because there has to be a reason those solar cells exist.
Certainly, sir.
I should also check the storage.
Certainly, sir.
Okay, no, they didn't have anything waiting for me. They had found that one random item
Certainly, sir.
at the start of the game, so I wasn't sure if they were just gonna like randomly have more at some point. We may as well keep just about all of this. Arguably, I should just sell the rotten fruit, but I'm just gonna put it over here because I can't be bothered to go back to the shop. We'll hang on to this for a rainy day. But considering how we were getting beat up before, I'm gonna keep all of those healing items this time.
Thank you. Come again.
I could go see ER info broker who we totally don't know, but I don't think I need their information that badly. Okay, see, it doesn't immediately show the benefit there, so there is concern that this isn't going to work the way I hope it will. But I'm kind of banking on this idea working. Is with it being frigid Arctic, the temperature should guaranteed be low. It just again becomes a game of like, how low it needs it to be before it does something. And open the big old gate. Oh, Terrennials, guardians of the four great elements, show me your power. Cut through the cursed chains that bind this gate shut.
Ursula! Ezra!
Alexander.
At least they give a nice scene for this. We're getting this scene out of the way just in time before the ads, too. Oh, hey, this scene from the beginning opening scene. Way to save on animation there, guys, by just replaying that bit. Are you that serious about following me? Don't even try to stop me. I wouldn't dream of it. You're here to protect me, right? So you finally admitted it. I suppose you'll make for a good shield at least. Shouldn't you let the shield go first, then? New Kuliakan. Ooh, listen to that music. New Kuliakan. We finally made it, Lucian. I feel like I've changed Nero's voice like 3 times. I've changed multiple people's voices a few times, honestly. You chaps wouldn't happen to have any bottle caps on you. Oh, you're not from around here, are you? This is no place for C-class citizens like you. You'd best clear out of here now. What, they trade in bottle caps? Okay. Interesting, there's just slimes wandering the streets around here. And skeletons. I suppose that's how they keep the peace around here, though, is they just have monsters roaming as police. And by peace, I mean enforcing vampire law. Ow. I'm assuming I would have been dead by now if it weren't for the ice armor I'm wearing. Because with it being 3 degrees, I feel like that's cold enough that it's probably crediting to the defense. Especially since these guys are significantly higher level than the last set of enemies were, and they're still not doing that much more damage. I think it's working. I wish I could say more than I think it's working, but you know. Sometimes you just gotta have faith. And I hate those times. Well, that was convenient timing. As soon as I take off the ice weapon, a fire enemy appears. There we go, take that hellhound down. Unfortunate that we just healed, but you know. Speaking of healing, though. Funny how we bear a real striking resemblance to the Duke when we're in our darkness form, huh? I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. But I suppose you could make the argument that maybe he's manifesting as what he hates most. Either what he hates most or what he fears most. Okay, that's not effective. These guys seem blue, so... Nope, fire is not the answer. They are spitting purple, so... Yeah. Nope, Tove's not the answer either. I know, oh, they yell Tove, but I just don't see any reason to add the extra bit to the E there. So none of our attacks are particularly effective against these so far. I was right in thinking that they resist ice at the very least. But they seem to be neutral to everything else. I mean, I suppose there's a world in which they were just, like, weak to non-elemental damage, but I find that highly unlikely. Toughest bat in the West over here, goddamn. I suppose I should just be using my elemental power willy-nilly, huh? Because we are out in the open right now.
Let's go.
Or at least just keep Nero out for now, then. Let me guess, the second I step off of this, they go back up. Okay, we'll figure that out in a moment. What element are you? Ow! Boy, oh boy, that hurt. Well, no matter what element they are, I need to not be near them. Wow, they are just such a cheap shot machine. Okay. Fuck me. Remember how I was saying there might be a world in which I end up having to grind a bit? Yeah. Yeah. I'm really getting the distinct feeling that I've fallen behind. And based on the power those things have. Weight switches. Weight switches turn on when a weight is placed on them and off when the weight is removed. If you want to keep them switched on, you'll have to place something heavy on them. It's almost like I could have figured that out, but sure thing. Okay. I broke that. What does that do? Does that do anything? Was I supposed to let the enemy walk over onto the switch for me? Is that the thing they want me to do? How far will you follow me, Mr. Skelly Man? Because you seem like you might be a little easier to manipulate than the roly ball. That's how far you'll follow me. Okay. The answer is not far enough. Oh wait, no. He did stay there though, so maybe he'll follow further now. Nope, that is his range limit. Okay. I guess he won't leave the area. Yeah, he won't leave the area he spawns in. Well, nuts to him then. The good news is that item's optional. The bad news is I really want whatever that is, because now I'm aggravated with it. Hopefully that crystal isn't the important part of this idea. Come here. That's not what I need right now, game. Thank you for taking my camera away, because that's clearly what I need right now. Come here. Come here, stupid. Problem is, he oscillates between being really smart and really stupid. What I need to do is somehow get him to come over here and then get him to lose track of me. he starts wandering, but I think even if he starts wandering, he'll wander over there, which doesn't help. Problem is, he goes in such 90-degree angles. Okay, he does count on the switch. That's what I needed to know, was whether he actually counts as sitting on the switch. Problem is, I can't get him to stay on there for very long. Like, the best I could do is get him stunned like that, but the only way to do that would be to get him to hit this wall, which wouldn't be in the right spot. And I don't think we could freeze him or anything. So I'm not sure what the game wants from me here. Like, it obviously says to put something heavy on there, but the only thing heavy around here is the big stone boy. Is whatever this is, isn't very heavy, it floats. So I'm not sure what the glass thing is there for to begin with. Nope, see, it just immediately goes back to its regular patrol route, so I can't just confuse it and leave it on this side and wait for it to walk on there. Because even if I do that, there's a high chance that it'll just walk off and get me spiked anyway. So more than likely, this must be like a weather-related puzzle or something, where one of the weathers, there'll be an item changed here that has the weight needed or something. Unless Ezra, like, somehow turns this guy into a block of ice. Nope. Like, there's a chance, like, maybe the trance mode would turn him into a block of ice or something, but I can't be bothered that much to figure that out. I put in my due diligence trying to figure things out with that. I will say, if we continue to struggle too much, I might, like, go back to previous stages now that we have all the Terrennials and go through all those blocked off areas that need the Terrennials to get into. That seems like the most reasonable way to grind without just sitting there and actively just straight up grinding things out.
I'm here. Right.
Yeah, I thought I saw healing over here. Okay, and there is another path on this side. It's relatively important to come through and clear all of these enemies out anyway, because, as I said, we are falling behind, because these guys are level 22 and we're like level 18, 19? Oh, we didn't even get off 17 yet. Never mind. I don't even know why I broke all of those. They're just gonna come back when we leave and come back anyway. Okay, now it's cloudy. You know, that is one problem, is it's not really snowing. So we're not getting the benefit of the Garmir or helmet. So do I want to go this way, or do I want to go the other way? We also left a bunch of paths untrod. Well, this is just upsetting. On the bright side, I have a solution to this, at least. Are these not ice-based? Because they really seem like they're ice, because they're blue. Okay, I wonder if the Fang is what we needed for the Dragoon. I would presume as much. Okay, we can at least hit one of them from here. I don't know if it'll manage to hit both over time or not, but I'll take what I can get. No, considering I hit a different health bar, yeah, they are both hittable from here. We could probably just avoid the second one here, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, and like I said, free experience. Real shame that you guys weren't faster on the draw. I don't know why they weren't firing when the other two were just going ape. The other two sets, that is. The set over there and the set up here were both just going nuts the whole time. Just a junk item, huh? Converter. I presume that's a rare junk item, so it's probably worth it. I just don't have anything that uses that, I don't think. Unless that's what I needed for the Dragoon. No, it isn't. In fact, neither of the things we got were what I needed for the Dragoon. So that's interesting. We almost have all the materials shown, at least. God damn it. The menu really could be better, but it's fine. It's not really hurting anything. I went back the way I came, didn't I? I sure did. Oh, that's why it was a dead-end room. You know what? That makes nothing but sense suddenly. Now, I do want to point out that a wiser man would have actually set up Lucian and Aaron completely differently. Specifically, a wiser man would have made Lucian prioritize vitality because of the fact that he has to get in close, and have Aaron focusing on skill rather than focusing spirit as much as I have, probably. But I have very rarely ever claimed to be smart. But since the Garmir helmet's not working, I'll go ahead and swap that. On both of them. Unless it suddenly starts snowing. The armor I'm still believing in. The helmet, though, I've given up on. Get out of here. I do kind of wish that your basic attacks with the various Tyrannials would have a little bit more of an effect change to them instead of just like the sword changing color or the bullets changing color. Like even just a little bit of a trail would make this a lot nicer. But that's nitpicky. Though the attacks having special effects on the enemies would also be very nice. And that's less nitpicky, more like, you know, this could be useful. Hi.
Oh?
You guys aren't from this town, are you? Guildsman, perhaps? If so, there's something I must ask you. I saw a man in a green jacket near the gate of binding, right? Could you hand this to him? I don't think I'm up to the task anymore. Received a paper bag. A man in a green jacket near the gate. Did we see a man in a green jacket? Why has the music gotten so intense for a delivery job, by the way? Most intense bag delivering ever. I mean, she said he was near the gate. Which means back toward the beginning. The only person we saw there wasn't wearing green, right? So it must be off one of the side paths down this end. Ow. Yeah, see, he was wearing black and red. I was pretty confident of that, but my first stop, of course, is to check that because my memory has lied to me how many times at this point? Answer, I've lost count. But either way. I really, really wish my dashing would work more consistently. As if you're wondering why I just kind of casually strolled away from them, that was not intentional at all. I was mashing the stick to the side, like, go, run that way. And this is why double tap to run is a very risky prospect to be your only means of running. We're actually gonna just leave, I think, for a second here. Rather than dying an embarrassing death. That's completely... It's gonna fail that mission, probably, but I don't care. I'm not gonna get robbed by the game here. No, that's... Wait. Oh, because I didn't scroll far enough over. I was very confused for a second. I'm like, wait, why is town suddenly danger? What?
What do you want? What'll it be?
I could have went and got them out of storage as well, but just buying them like that's quick enough. And we'll rest to get Lucian back into fighting shape.
What can I do for you? Are you staying here tonight? Enjoy your stay.
And Aaron needed the healing too, but part of me was wanting to hold on to that trance gauge, though most of the other Terrennials don't seem to be the best for just travel fighting. Now, I'm gonna go to the actual gate itself for a second here. Make sure there's not a green-shirted person just hanging out here. No, okay. The music's still playing, so maybe the mission's still going? I assumed leaving the stage would have made the mission fail. This is when I find out that the gate was at the other end. Oh hey, this worked. Wait, this sludge is contaminated with harmful chemicals. Is it? I mean, it looks like ice right now. It's frozen solid from the cold, so we're safe for now. But if it weren't, there'd be no way we'd be able to walk through that. Interesting, they have separate dialogue for if you froze it already or not. So that's nice. Ah, Garmir arms. Vitality +6 under snowy skies. Ah, that replaces torso. Okay. Really wishing I had bought one of those cloudy sky items right now. Because that would at least be working at the moment. Okay, there's no door at the other end there. What's the point of going up? There's the asshole. There he is right there. Him in his stupid green shirt. He's the cause of all my problems right now. Here's a delivery. I hope it's a bomb. Alright, you got something for me? Hold on, this is a heaven fruit. This is really valuable. Who gave you something like this? I feel like I'm forgetting something important, but... oh well, doesn't matter. Thanks for the hookup, I really appreciate it. What a dick. Not even gonna acknowledge who it came from or anything, even though it's an expensive item. I'm doubly wishing that that bag was a bomb now. Because fuck that guy in particular.
Get out of my way!
Not the button I wanted. I wanted to open the map and then I remembered, no, there's just a door literally right here. But I wanted to double check if I'd went this way already. Because if you're wondering, yes, I have in fact already forgotten what doors in this place I've gone through because of the whole snafu down there. Okay, so that moving platform doesn't always work. You spitting little shits. Die. This is not worth fighting them a second time. I don't care about the experience. What is this? That looks like a glider. If the wind were stronger, we could use it to fly to the other side. Let's take a look at that hint panel. It's worth a shot, I'd say. Hint, 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 hint. Use the glider. We've only got 1 mile-an-hour winds right now, so attempting that would be a very bad idea. Ignoring the fact that you shouldn't need high winds for a glider to take you that short a distance anyway. Part of me is curious what would happen, but the more logical part of my mind, who's already having enough trouble with this, is just going full on with the especially since there's one of these statues here, which means there's a certain climate you're supposed to put forth for that idea. Which means this path's currently a dead end to us. Because we can't change the climate on the go, and I'm not going all the way back just to change that and come back through this place right now. If I were gonna do that, I'd also go down into the sewers to do the climate change there and everything. I had a feeling that all these narrow alleyways were gonna have bullets coming down them. Ah yes, because the hellhounds weren't bad enough. Now we got ice dogs. Game, please. But on the bright side, while we're up here... where the hell are those missiles going? Well, whatever they see fit to hit, I guess, kind of works. Because I can't just hop down. I guess there's probably something on the opposite ledge. Yeah, and these missiles are stupid. So they'll just target whatever's in range. Ah, that's probably what I'm hitting. Wasn't that big a deal anyway.
Leave it to me.
That's a slight damage improvement. There we go. But that doesn't lead up to where the dog is. Okay, we gotta get there from a different room. And I don't know what the point to the little slime chambers here are. They just seem completely pointless. Huh? You think it's dangerous out here? No, I'll be alright. See this bottle cap? It signifies that I'm one of the chosen ones. Monsters won't go anywhere near A-class citizens like us. So what you're saying is if I swipe that bottle cap from you, you are in incredible danger and I'm not. I just want you to let that sink in, that you're gloating in front of a man who's got a sword and very little to lose or care about. Just, you know, let that sink in. That poison spit they do is so infuriating. Since there's always, like, more than one of them, you're usually in the middle of attacking one of them, and then the other one spits on you. Oh my god, and there's always so many of the little bastards. I feel like I need to put my camera in a different spot for tracking again, because it's just not playing ball. Who are you guys? What's a bunch of folks without any bottle caps doing way out here? Here's some friendly advice. Get out of town. Now. How about you open the gate for me? Uh-huh. You want to pass through here? Well, you can't. Only A-class citizens are allowed through. The only reason I'm able to keep my sanity in this town is because I work for the vampires. They don't take any blood from me. In other words, I'm a B-class citizen and I'm not about to risk losing that. Even in a situation like this, there's hierarchy fuckery. Okay, I can't get her bottle cap. I'm assuming one of two things has to be true. A, I need to get a bottle cap from somewhere. B, I just go around. Wait. Weird. Oh good, it's snowing now. We might actually be able to use our buffs. Yep, okay, so whenever it is actually working, you can tell because it'll actually indicate. Okay. That's what I was constantly suspicious about with, like, the hot cold armor and things like that. The 6 extra vitality might be a better idea than the cold armor. But that would involve us keeping that health filled. These are easy to kill, so we'll go ahead and clean them out again. So is there something over here that we need to do then? And again, there's that other path down there. Because we can't go this way. We already learned that because of the gatekeeper. It looks like this is a dead end. I already forgot. So returning to you makes sense, anyway.
Hi.
You gave him the bag, didn't you? Thank heavens. Now I'll be able to stay human just a little longer. Oh, right, I must thank you somehow. Here, hand this letter to the gatekeeper regarding the hill to the west. I'm sure he'll help you out. Aha! That's why we have to do the thing. It's like there's an elevator or something here. Because there was 2 indicators here, unless the second indicator was her, which would make sense as well.
I'm on it.
Part of the reason I'm even bothering to keep clearing those out is they seem to be worth a lot of money. On top of the, you know, the whole gaining levels thing. Okay, maybe not a ton of money because we're only back up to 4K, but we need all the money we can get anyway, at the rate I'm having to spend it. I also forgot the entire reason I opened that. Let's see, let's go back to the gatekeeper. Before I get distracted with other things and completely forget that that's where I'm trying to go. Game, please. Let me navigate around corners, please. For fuck's sake. I either trade my ability to turn, or I trade my ability to dash. Those are 2 things that I seem to be having conflict about right now. Wrong way. Did I go, like, the completely wrong way? I think I went the completely wrong way. Yep, I took a turn at the wrong time. It almost looks... Oh no, I understand. The path you saw connecting this room to the room we were just at is only reachable by the glider. I thought for a second, wait, why don't I just go around the glider by going around this way? Remembering this is the spot we couldn't get up to that has the dog on it. Interesting. I guess since I was on the stairs, I was technically swinging above it? Question mark? Not really sure what was going on there. Nope, not messing with you shitbirds anymore. Nope. Ah, a letter for me. I see. I guess you won then, huh? Even so, I still can't let anyone without a bottle cap pass through this gate. So you just need to go and grab a bottle cap from the storehouse over there. Just one thing though, the place is packed with watchmen, monster watchmen. If they spot you, you better believe it's game over. Still think you're up to the task? If so, just take the door on the left. Yay, another stealth section. I can't just wipe everybody out in the storehouse. I have to hide from them. Get the spare bottle cap without being discovered. You know, ignoring the fact that I easily could just take the whole lot of them, because we've done it before. Oh, it's straight up game over. But why, though? Those are enemies we've fought already. Every time I start enjoying this, they find a new way to make me wonder what the hell I'm doing. And so put the ice spirit away, because it's not like I'm gonna be allowed to attack anything in here. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, you walk down here. Where do you go? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Fuck you. Indecisive little shit. That, I presume, is the spare bottle cap. Oh, you really just sit there, don't you? What? What am I supposed to do there? He doesn't move, and even when he wasn't facing me, he caught me. What the fuck is this? Oh, no, I know what I need to do. Remember when I said when we learned that there was a whistling mechanic for moving enemies that won't move? That could end up being a problem? Remember when I explained all of that? Yeah. Today's just really just a comedy of errors and problems, huh? Hang on. Let's see if this works. Because where there's a will, there's a way. I just don't entirely know how this works, so I'm gonna have to figure this out. Okay, no, it's not just that input. Okay, hang on, I need to figure out the rest of the input settings for it then. Oh, joy. Because there was a microphone button I could set mapping for. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just set the mapping for that and just push the button. This means I need to go into the rest of the settings and actually set up the microphone. Hopefully it understands this microphone. Making noises. Be distracted. Look this way. That doesn't seem to be working either. Yeah, and even if I'm sprinting, there's no way I'm getting there. But I need that item. Hooray for the DS and having entirely too many gimmicks for its own good. For those wondering why I'm not even sure that the... Oh wait, maybe this will work. Hang on, I have an idea. Aha! I fixed it. So I tried setting it to the actual external microphone, but it didn't give me any options to pick a microphone, so I'm not even convinced it was working. But I realized there was just a make noise button option. So I've just set it to make noise, which is what I needed to do. Yeah, because now he'll go over there. They'll all go look. I got the bottle cap, which is absolutely not a bottle cap that looks exactly like the collars they're all wearing. So, that might be a bad translation bit there, but I have one now. Well, you're no ordinary lot of rebel rousers, are you? Could you be the legendary warriors have been waiting all these years for? Well, whatever. I'm just a lowly gatekeeper. If you're allowed to pass, you're allowed to pass. And it's plain to see you guys are A-class citizens, bottle caps and all. That's all that counts. Yeah, we have proper clearance, so you can't get in trouble for letting us through, except they're gonna be mad at you anyway, because that's how that works. But, you know, if we succeed, then he won't have any problems anyway, because there's gonna be no more vampires. So that's the Dark Castle. Is it? Oh, yeah. Looks more like a dark office building to me. In fact, it looks very reminiscent of a few other buildings now that I think about it. It still really doesn't look like a castle at all. Still don't know what the deal with these are. I'm gonna break them. Hope something good happens. Is this a game mechanic I forgot? No, there we go. Oh, did I need to shoot that on the way by? I probably need to shoot that on the way by. Of course. Oh, and that's a game over state too, huh? They really just decided to go all in on the instant kill at this point, huh? This game was doing so well, and then this half of the game happened. What is with game designers and forgetting how to make a good game about halfway through? Why does this keep happening? Someone please explain. I'm assuming hitting that button altered the path of the moving platform. Yep, because he goes this way now. I was half expecting it shot off of it randomly again.
Get out of my way!
Well, fire dogs, in which case, yeah, you stay out because you'll do a much better job. Rather than me stubbornly trying to stab them. You know, except for the fact their flame is the size of the entire territory. But, you know, it's fine.
I'm out of here.
You called?
I'm assuming that the shield wouldn't be effective against the fire. I might be making an erroneous assumption there. Okay, no, it worked on the ice, so it probably would have worked on the fire, too. I've just seen too many times where those elemental attacks just go right through, or at the very least apply their effect to you, regardless of you blocking. So I just assumed. Turns out that was a bad assumption to make. Also, wait, why is this sludge still sludge, but the other sludge froze? It's still the same conditions. It's 14 degrees Fahrenheit, which is definitely past freezing. So I guess maybe the sludge has different conditions for freezing than water would, but you get the idea. It's still damn cold. Why is this sludge special? Or I guess the other sludge might be what was special. I don't know. Okay, this is just teaching me about weight switches again. I hate how easy it is to end up redoing these over and over again. Now, what? The fact that those spikes hit right above where they actually are is a constant thorn in my side. So I need to use these stone guys for this. That's what you're telling me. The same thing I learned before is true again. but getting them to actually do it is the problem. What's this way before I fuck around with that idea? Because I don't know if getting past there is necessary or not. Okay, there is stairs. I was about to say, I think I've got bad news for myself in that I have to make that happen. Which I suppose the kicker is actually whistling probably works for that too. You probably whistle where the button is and then run to the door while they come over to investigate. That would make the most sense logically. Whether that works or not is anyone's guess. The answer is yes, it worked, but somehow he ended up stunned not on the button. Come on. There he goes. Okay, so that's exactly how I could get through the other one too, then, is using whistling. I'm glad we were able to find a way to fix that situation, or that would have been really awkward. Because then I wouldn't have been able to get through that door either without a lot of pain. Just where do you think you're going? Up ahead lies the Dark Castle, home to the Great Dumas. Great Dumbass, yes. Not even A-class citizens like myself are allowed to go near it, you know. If C-class folks like you ever tried to approach it, you'd be killed instantly. You know, you're making a lot of assumptions calling us C-class when we've got the A-class bottle cap right here, lady. We're clearly the same rank as you, so sit the fuck down. Okay. Understood. Need to use Earth. No, this is Earth. We need to use Wind. Really, is more of you still alive? Oh, speaking of more of you still alive. Oh, fuck's sake. But why, though? Why are there so many of you? Oh, and apparently all of you weren't dead, too, because, you know, of course, I have to have inconveniences piling up upon each other. God, the fact that you're so capable of navigating walls is upsetting. Like, look at that. They go around corners so fast. You would think a rolling enemy would not be able to navigate nearly that well. And the fact that just being near them when they spin up hurts you is awful. I don't have a good solution to those things still. Oh, all 8 of you have decided to just be magnetized to me all at once here, huh? Okay, this is fine. At least this clears all of you out quickly. I'm kind of okay with that. I think my play is just gonna be run for my goddamn life. Leave that so that they get stuck. Holy hell. You know, it makes sense that there'd be this much in the way of getting to the castle. Uh-oh. This could be bad. Depending on what we're trapped in here with, this could be really, really bad. Poison dogs, presumably. Okay, now these are wind and earth dogs, so that one's purple, so I need to hit you with this. I really dislike the inconsistent hit stunning in this game. It's like, oh hey, you hit me, but no, I'm not gonna get hit stunned this time. I hope you like fighting with reverse controls. Like, what really probably happened there is he had armor frames while he was doing his breath attack, but it's still very annoying. It's like, haven't I been through enough getting through this at this point? You can't just throw me a bone anywhere ever, game. Then again, I suppose I should know better than to ask for that, considering rooms like this exist. No, I keep making the wrong assumption there. I don't even know why I'm bothering to cycle. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks for doing a dash when I absolutely didn't want you to, instead of all those times I did want you to. That's clearly exactly what I wanted. Look at how fast this is going out. Oh, good. My favorite. Oh my god. I'm so glad we brought in as much healing as we did, but it's not going to be enough for all of this shit. Like, my best play is just to hammer at them, honestly, because trying to move around in here is going to just be a nightmare. Okay, the other one died. I couldn't see it for a second, so I thought it, like, tucked itself down in a corner somewhere. Kind of like that one tried to do. Oh, good, you know. We clearly didn't need this to be over. Oh, that's what happened. He got knocked through the door, so he respawned. That's why I thought he disappeared. Because, you know, that's good game design. Make it so your enemies can be knocked out of the arena and given back their full health. We have no healing items going into this boss fight. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. We have plenty of energy, no healing. Well, I say plenty of energy, but really, I drank down all of the energy already. Okay, you're still top shape. We will be able to go into trance mode, so that would be good. I'm gonna keep ice out because that's the one we just got. For the moment, at the very least. And we'll see how this goes. Worst case, we'll have to pay money and revive. Oh. This isn't the actual boss yet. Okay, I was nervous for nothing. Theoretically. Depends on how bad a wave of monsters this is. Because these guys aren't so bad. They hurt a little bit and they knock you around, but they're not like a major ordeal. It was very kind of them to have given me a healing spot after that gauntlet. Oh, one of them just missed the party entirely. Come on, buddy. Why do they think a bunch of these guys, which were enemies from the first area of the game, are a good idea to use as a line of defense here is beyond me. But I will happily accept their mistake. Okay, I can't leave yet. Okay, that's a lot of them. Okay, you know what? Maybe that works a little bit. Just trying to take me down with wave tactics here. There you go. Now you got something going here. Now you've got something. Joke's on you, though.
Let's go, Nero.
It's just gonna be feet eating time for me. Nom nom nom, little piggies. There we go. Okay, so it's as if I didn't destroy the first set of them, is what this is telling me. I was waiting to see who actually died in that mess. There we go. Oh, the item. Ah, well. Ah, more interference, I see. Who are you? I am Polidori, an emissary from space. Are you an immortal? I am one of them, you could say. The immortals are made up of those who govern the cosmos. Govern the cosmos? Yes. Feel free to choose whether you believe this or not. Still, I am surprised. Granted you had the cooperation of the Terrennials, but I never imagined you'd be such worthy foes to the vampires and their tools. I imagine you're like rats, cornered fighting for your lives. But don't you find it all a little bit pointless? I mean, kind of. Humans and vampires have fought one another since the days of folklore. Sometimes the humans are victorious, and sometimes fortune favors the vampires. But in the end, they always destroy each other. A cycle with no end. What purpose could there be behind such a struggle? Imagine, if you will, a utopia, free of conflict. Isn't that a goal worth working towards? Are you trying to tell me this town's some kind of paradise? Living like a slave with a collar around your neck. You call that a utopia? The life of the individual is not the issue here. We must consider the future of this planet, of the entirety of the cosmos. Those who cannot do so have no right to govern over this world. But let us leave this matter be for now. This is as much of a test for the vampires as it is for you. I look forward to watching your continued struggle. Immortal. So basically, they're fucking around behind the scenes, orchestrating events, partially for their own amusement from the sound of things. But there it is. There's the Dark Castle. One wonders if that's the end of the game or not, because you'll notice we're running out of places for them to put things on the map unless they start putting them a lot closer together. So that's a thing. Which also means we should probably regroup a little bit.
What can I do for you? Certainly, sir.
I really wish you could just put the items straight across into the bag instead of having to sit here and space by space cycle over. Also, if you're wondering if I'm keeping all of these mushrooms, no. No, I'm not. I'm gonna sell the lot of them, probably. Because they're worth 120 each and we have a lot of them, so it'd be more beneficial to me to sell them. I'm also not entirely sure what I'm getting into going into the Dark Castle, aside from danger. We are definitely walking straight into Hell's Arms.
What'll it be? See ya.
Well, that's actually a relatively well-timed ad for a change. While I'm doing all this bookkeeping. Throttle, 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 gunpowder. I definitely want to go buy some iron.
Hey there.
But I'm probably gonna need to buy the solvent as well. Not items, parts. No, we can buy leather and gunpowder now. I think leather is something we don't have, so I'll grab that in case that opens up a spot. I'm gonna just hedge bets here and buy twice as much iron as I need. And see how close to what we end up needing that gets me. The witch is definitely still serving me the best out of the guns, so we'll just upgrade that. There went most of our money, but that's okay. I would rather throw in-game currency around to avoid grinding where possible.
Welcome. What would you like? Yes, sir.
Which weapon would you like me to enhance?
Okay, yeah, the leather was one of the missing items. That's what we need for the Dragoon. At least solves my curiosity. And we need 4 more iron and 10 solvent. I think we can afford that, so that would be another sword upgrade. Oh, but I needed the solvent for the witch as well. Yeah. With the damage difference, I feel like we should be upgrading the guns more, but the guns do have the reach advantage.
How can I help you? Goodbye.
You know, ignoring Aaron's inability to walk and shoot at the same time. Which still continues to boggle my mind. Like, it makes a degree of sense with the witch, because it's a bigger gun, but, like, why with the dual pistols and the small all-night gun can he not walk and shoot at the same time? Okay, I'm just gonna hammer the sword up another step.
See ya.
And besides, Lucian is the one I'm more comfortable using anyway, so it makes more sense for me personally to keep the sword up higher.
What can I do for you? Certainly, sir.
We'll go ahead and charge this up some more, just in case we need the energy. So considering it took so much energy that we drained like 800 just to fill Lucian's energy bar, it's probably more cost efficient just to keep energy restorative items on hand in a larger quantity than it does to bother charging that thing.
Hey there.
But it does bypass the need to have more items in our inventory. So it can be handy. Wasn't there things that gave energy and life? Makes the invisible become visible for 60 seconds. I'm concerned about that concept. Oh yeah, this restores the trance gauge a little bit. That's the thing for that one. Allows you to dash for 60 seconds without spending energy. Yeah, none of these do what I hoped. Okay, that's fine. We'll just go grab our energy restoratives out of storage then.
Welcome.
And then it's off to the Dark Castle,
Certainly, sir.
which it then becomes just a question of whether we end up fighting the Immortals at all, or if we are just done when we are done with the Dark Castle.
What would you like?
That'll be basically the determining factor for whether this is the last stream of this game or not. Is if there is more after the Dark Castle, we might have to save that for a third session. Because of how much time we lost with the issues. Dark Castle, Augusta. Well, we're here. The Duke's lying in wait for us somewhere ahead. Even if I must give my own life in the process, this time I'll defeat Damas, I swear it! Lucian, I think I understand now. I understand what Ernest was trying to tell me. A solar gunslinger doesn't draw upon anger or hatred as one of his weapons. The sun grants me its power because I'm fighting to protect lives. No one should have to sacrifice themselves for a cause like that. No one. So please, Lucian. You're missing the point. Protecting lives? That's your battle, pal. I'm different from you. I've already died once. I'm not about to start caring about life, even my own. My power stems from darkness. Anger and hatred only serve to make me stronger. Precisely. You'll need more than a mere solar gun if you want to defeat me in battle. And more than just a dark sword, too, of course. Damas! I'm so glad you could join me, Sartana. And your friend as well. The forgotten legacy of Trinity, the great vampire hunter of old. You knew my father? But of course, your father and our lord, the Lord of Destruction, were wounded after a great battle. I seized my opportunity, killed them both, and took control of this planet. Killed my father? Indeed I did. Can you still repress your anger and stay your hatred, even as you stand before me? Will you defeat me in your battle to protect lives, as you call it? I'm looking forward to this, to seeing just how much power lies behind such obvious passion. Oh, convenient energy source here at least. Neat looking place he's got here. Pity it's gonna have to all be destroyed. So I'm not gonna lie, if I have to rip this whole place down around his ears, I'll do it. These seem suspicious.
All right. I'm your man.
No, I guess I don't do anything with that. Or maybe I do. What's special about this door? Nothing. Okay.
I'm out of here.
Huh? Power filling this area is my earth power. I know they stole it from me, but I had no idea they were using it here. If we want to break through, we'll need to overwhelm with even more power. But bear in mind, no matter how strong something may look, there's always a weak point. After all, a seedling can sprout through even through the toughest rock. Gas jets. The poison gas that shoots out from the ground changes in severity based on the strength of the earth element, in other words, humidity. If you touch it, you'll both be damaged and poisoned. Well, it's very humid right now, so these are super dangerous. Now, the question becomes, do I have to solve these rooms to go forward? Because if I don't have to solve them, I might just, you know, go around them. But I have a sneaking suspicion there's gonna be a room for each element, and we're gonna have to solve each of them in order to go forward. That's what those pedestals were about. Oh my. The frost power that fills this area, the power they took from me. I think they're using it here, of all places. And no matter how cold it gets, don't lose control over yourself. If you keep a cool head, you can turn any crisis into an opportunity. Okay. Well, we're in the right climate for this room, because the ground's frozen. So we can get around whatever hazard was in here. What the hell? I don't know what that was that just hit me, but it poisoned me, and I'm upset about that. So, you know, enjoy pixelated screen for a minute here, because we don't have much choice. Goodbye, bitrate. I knew thee well. Ah, you just have those around, huh? That looked to be a poison cure, but I'm gonna wait till I'm out of this bit before I bother to use it, because I feel like I'm just gonna keep getting bitten and poisoned. Okay, we're probably out of poison aggravation zone now. Oh, that's not a poison cure, that's a revive. Well, that was worth getting poisoned for. Have you considered being more on fire? Specifically, applying the fire to him more. Alright, kid, it's your show now. Yep, except my dash didn't work, so I can't outrun anything. Oh, this is bad. Just switch. So I'm better off just trying to hit stun that thing to death was the idea. Oh, that was almost a disaster. We are in a very bad position right now already. What does this want to tell me? Slippery floors. No shit. I figured that out already. Thanks, game. While he's pinned between those spots is the perfect time to take out that idiot. Huh. Okay. I have to go around this way to get there. Can I destroy these by chance? Well, I can kill him, which is a good idea in and of itself. Yes, I can destroy these, so that's a very good idea. Because the timing on this seems to be really brutal, and I'm not here for it. It's a better idea just to blast and get out of here. Okay. That's not the angle I wanted. Gotta be careful that the swing also counts as walking forward on the ice. Is there something back there? Or is that just death? I feel like that's just death. I've gone the wrong way. Now I suffer. This is my life now. Well, that's not what I meant to do. But it worked? The fact that they let you do diagonals for this is actually huge. Ah, there we go. Raise your status points by 10. I gave the last one to Aaron, so Lucian gets this one. Though, realistically, I should have still given it to Aaron because Aaron's further behind. But thinking about it, since these are 3-point costs across most of what Lucian's stat growth is, it should have actually gone to Lucian anyway, because he gets more benefit out of the amount of points. Is short of getting even more spirit, you can only really buy 2 things for 10 points unless you have a point or 2 to spare. This is up enough that it costs 4 now. So does this. Okay, well that entire logic goes out the window anyway now. But we still are able to buy 3 different and upgrades. We don't really need more spirit. He's got a good amount of spirit. And I did say when I got these all close together again, I would go back into skill. So we'll go back into skill. Hey, Callista, how's it going? I'm sitting here having to actually think my stats through a little bit harder because things have been getting real rough out here. Well, we probably wanted to go that way, but, well. Nope, I missed that edge. Ew. Well, hopefully it's mostly just a little bit of tired, or well, more accurately, just, I suppose the better word for that would be exhausted, even though that's not a positive. It would still be better than some of the alternatives for why that much brain fry is happening. There we go, I just couldn't quite hit that for some reason. Oh, come on. How did that angle not work? There we go. And that opens the door. This is, of course, the downside to being able to do diagonals. Doing one of these is things get kind of janky. Pain and suffering is my life right now. No, I didn't want to go back in here. God damn it. I hate this. Because you just have to slowly accept your fate. You can't really do anything about this. I'm not sure what the right angle here is. Because arguably being along the bottom side of this block here is probably the right decision. But I can't get him to go where I'm trying to tell him to go. Because while this may seem loose, it's actually stricter than it looks. And that's the problem. Especially when it doesn't follow the correct input at all. Because I went up and left, and it decided, oh, you want to just go up, right? You didn't say up and left. You just said straight up like an idiot. I didn't want to go all the way back this way. Like, this is somehow managing to be more infuriating than a regular ice puzzle. So I see the solution, I just can't get him to go there. Because he's just refusing to take the correct input. Because I'm pretty confident I have to be along that block over there. Just for some reason, when I was in the right position, I couldn't get the angle to work. Which presumably means there's actually a more correct way to get there, but God knows how you're supposed to do that. Because there's no points for me to stop at. Because he'll just slide across like this. And in theory, you would think it would involve breaking some more of the ice blocks, but I don't see how those would help me at all. It's a real pity he just doesn't slide just that little bit forward down there, because that would solve this immediately. Without this being a whole needless pain in the ass. But it wouldn't be an ice sliding puzzle if it wasn't in reach around your ass 7 steps to get to your elbow. Nope, I missed. Don't get me wrong, part of what's making this difficult is the fact that I'm trying to do this a cheeky way rather than doing it the way they want me to. I'm like 90% sure the way they want me to do this is landing in that cubby hole to my right, going back and up into the wall, and then going down, because you'll then slide along the wall I'm currently facing, and then you're in. The hardest part is getting that angle that puts you into that cubby hole on the right there. Which is why I was trying to shortcut past that instead of dealing with that. But unfortunately, the game is having none of that idea. So I need to figure out how they mean me to end up in that cubby hole. Is this gonna... No. Because this just slides me past again. You know, guys, you could just grab hold of the wall a little bit instead of just pointlessly sliding around like you're a hockey puck. You have the means to change your destiny. At any point, you could reach out and change fate right now. But no, you've decided to just ride along and let this happen. What is the point to that block there, for example? Like, it has to be relating to something, right? They wouldn't have put a block there pointlessly. Oh, well, actually, yes, they absolutely fucking would, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I didn't think I could position myself there at all. Look at that. Just reach out and grab that corner on the way by. You're literally right there. I have a clever idea. It's a stupid idea, but it's clever enough to potentially work. Nope, I can't break the system. What I was gonna do is try to get like a second of input available to me when we switch characters, since it freezes you in place for just that one frame. I was gonna try to break Ake out of that a bit there that way. Turns out that didn't work. It's one of those clever idea, was never going to actually work, but you know, it would have been really funny if it did. I think going here doesn't help me at all, right? Yeah, that just sends me to this wall, which would be great if I could just like slide ever so slightly further down, but I can't. It gets me here, which just gets me to this wall, which would be great if I could again pivot in a different direction, but I can't. And they refuse to stop themselves at any point, so you just keep on going. Like, there's a couple ways I can solve this. One of the solutions is hitting that block that's to my left, the 2 block there. If I could somehow stop myself along that, and then go down and left from the leftmost point of it, I could then end up on that left-hand wall down there and slide my way to victory. The alternative, of course, being the cubbyhole I talked about already, and there's probably at least one other way to get to the exit as well. But it involves getting onto a much narrower point, which I don't think is going to happen. What is this block here for? Why does this block exist? I mean, it doesn't exist anymore. This is why having diagonals in a situation like this actually is terrible. Because I was trying to slide straight down, and he decided, oh, you wanted to have a weird angular slide, right? That was what you wanted? Like, I feel like I'm making this like 10 times harder than it needs to be. I'd be the first to say I genuinely actually can't see what the intended path here is. Aside from where the intended end of it is I can't keep it on goddamn screen enough to really visualize the whole lineup. It's like, obviously, if this cubbyhole is the answer, you either A, need to get there from to the left of it and just like launch yourself in there, or B, somehow end up alongside this wall that's at the far edge of the screen right now and slide in, then slide to the wall, then slide in. But I can't see the entire picture because the screen is just small enough that you can't see everything. Which is exactly why it's not big enough to do that, because that would give the exact answer away. You know, aside from the obvious technical limitations as well. Like, it's almost as if being where that button is would be the... No, because that wouldn't work, because there's a block in the way there. You never would be able to make that shot. Because if you notice, the only position to launch from would either be the block that's now at the very top middle of the screen, which hits the wall to the right there, doesn't work. From where the button is, you hit the block in front of it there, doesn't work. And from the block directly above it, you hit the block over there on the right instead of going into the cubbyhole. So none of the paths I was thinking about will work. It's entirely possible that those blocks that were there were part of some kind of crazy way to go around that would have let me do this. And having destroyed them means this is unsolvable. But I find that highly unlikely because they were all positioned over here. I feel like I got into where the button was in a way they didn't necessarily intend me to. And that's why those those blocks were there was to get to the button. Like, we're so close, but we just can't get there. Why is there beeping? No, genuine question. Why was there beeping? Oh, because the sun's run out entirely. Oh, that could be bad. At least I'm assuming it's because the sun is gone. We're right here. Like, I'm not normally this heavily thwarted by one of these puzzles. Usually it's because I'm being an idiot and deciding to do something the hard way that I'm having this much trouble. But this one, I'm really just not managing to put the final piece together. Like, you would almost think that that's the way, but you can't do that because you can't stick to this wall. So that doesn't work. And anytime you try to adjust like that, you just end up going all the way back. I mean, I can get here, but here doesn't help at all. Because all that does is put me back at the wall I was just at a minute ago. Or the wall I came from, or back at the top. None of which I think does anything for us. Because if I try to go down, that happens. Like, there's a world in which if I could somehow end up on the point of that block, that could work, because I could then go down from there. But landing so precisely on that point that it doesn't slide me sounds like it's an entire impossibility in and of itself. So I'm kind of baffled a little bit here. Like, quite obviously the entire goal, I gesture as if people can see my mouse and I keep forgetting you can't. I'm just circling that cup underneath us. The entire goal is to get into that cup. So that's the only way we can line up with the door. If I could somehow... If I could end up on that face of the block, the one that's facing towards us right now, that face of that block that I have as centered on the screen as I can, we could then jump down from that and end up in line, which I think we did that once, didn't we? I think we had that once before the gate was open. So that's doable. I just need to figure out how I did that. Not that I think that that's a particularly reasonable option. That's just the best option I can find at the moment. Problem is, it only goes in cardinal directions and 45 degrees in between. So I can't, like, feather it into the position I want it. And sometimes it ignores what I told it to do and does this. Which is the exact opposite of what I wanted. I just wanted to go off at an angle, and it's like, oh, you want to just go up, right? Nope, that doesn't quite collide there anyway, so that didn't work. If I could just, like, gain control of my movement for just a split second in some of these positions, we'd be so through this already. Or if I could just be at the front of this block right next to me here, we'd also be done. Fuck. I was trying to cheat the system a little bit, in case people are wondering. I was trying to position myself such that I would somehow slide between this block that I'm stuck against here and the block that was back where we came from. Cheat the system that way, but it didn't work. I almost feel like I need to reset this room to get those blocks back, to get a couple different angles back. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that they would be necessary since they're all over here. But maybe, just maybe, there's something I misunderstood. So let's just quickly reset the room and see if there is actually a meaningful answer that comes from that. I feel like there isn't gonna be, but... Appreciate you dropping in, Dream. Hopefully you get some good sleep after the tablets kick in. I understood what you meant. You're fine. Okay, I didn't really want to break that block. I was just swinging out of aggravation. Okay, no, I think getting in through this side is the intended path, and then they expect you to break through, probably? There's been a couple moments that weren't the best, but it's overall been a good time. This moment potentially being one of them, considering I'm stuck in ice hell right now, just going around in circles. But I'll still take this over the crashing we had earlier. One day I'll get somewhere out of this icy circle. It'll eventually happen. I can't always lose. Okay, we can move freely on here, so I can try the idea that I had. No, the idea I had won't work. As I said, it might not before. You'll notice, even if we go to the very corner of this block, we are definitely hitting that block in front of us as soon as we take off. They thought of that. So the alternative would be then to break out through here, which takes us here. The confusing part is, why are these two blocks here at all? Why do these blocks exist? You would almost think it's to funnel you on that lower right side of it, so that you could go up and right from there. But what does that do for us? It takes us to that wall, which we've been to before and it didn't help us. So why is that a thing? And hitting the end of these blocks doesn't really change much either. All that does allow us to go here. Which, as you can see from this position, doesn't really change anything. If this were to help anything, I would have to be at the other end of this line of blocks. I would have to be at that top corner, and even then I would end up hitting the block to the right. I wouldn't actually make it through. I would have to be at the end of this set of 3 blocks on the face that's facing away from us. It's basically facing the same direction we are currently. And even then we'd have to be at the top corner of that side in order to potentially slide past that corner or across from us in order to get into the cubby hole, which wouldn't work. Like, the amount of that wouldn't work that I'm running into in every direction I go here is kind of maddening. Like, if this block wasn't here, this would be solved already, for example. There's so many... Oh yeah, this'll work, and then it didn't. But maybe this'll work. No, it didn't. That's absolutely not the direction I told you to go in. Like, is there just a mechanic I don't know about? Is there actually, like, a much more simple, elegant solution to this that I didn't realize? I would almost expect that to be true. Okay, I have an idea. It's a kind of stupid idea, but thinking about it, I think that's exactly what they want. Because after all, how many times has it been the stupid answer that's been the correct answer? Oh right, just about every time. I just need to go down in there from the other side. I have an idea. And I had this idea earlier, but I pushed the idea away thinking it wouldn't work. Part of the problem is actually getting in over there from this angle. So I keep hitting that wall. Okay, got rid of that block. The kicker is, think about it. Notice how I'm stuck here right now. If we go this way, we go right into where we needed to be. The very block that I was breaking at the very beginning is exactly why I couldn't get there. That's why I was afraid of having broken a block being why we couldn't solve it. I just didn't know which block was the issue. Because getting there is very easy. I just do that, and then I'm there. That's what all of this path down here is for, is getting us up there when I don't screw this up. Or at least, that's the current running theory. Whether this theory pans out and works is a whole other animal. It's currently the only idea I've got to work with. Getting in there is still eluding me a little bit. And I'm kind of worried that breaking those blocks might have screwed the whole thing. But I don't think so. Okay, now the only remaining bit is to actually get through the doorway. I wish it didn't go so far when you just hit a corner at the wrong side. It just takes so long to do anything. Yep, just hit that corner. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to do is possible. That's the scariest part of this, is I don't know if what I'm trying to do is even physically possible. Come on! God, this is the worst. Like, if they wanted to make a torture chamber, they succeeded, because this is infuriating. Because we're just, like, perpetually, like, an inch away from success, no matter which way I go about this. And I'm now, once again, pondering the idea of, did I need those blocks that were there in order to get in from that side? Like, did I need to use them to stop myself in the right spot, break them, then get in? I have a really bad feeling that that's exactly the case. And that's why I'm just looping around in circles uselessly again. Because I think exactly what I have to do is come at that from below it, and then I hit the brick that's on the left, so that it stops me in front of the other one, and then I just go right inside. Why can't I hit this? Why that no break? Problem is, I think by breaking both of those, I might be hooped again. Like, this seems super fiddly. No, I think we might be okay. No, we aren't. Because I just hit that corner again. Why is this so finicky? Jesus. Why? Okay, good. Or not. Thanks, game. Thanks for just not doing what I told you to at all. Please let me in there. But why, though? Why is this a closed loop? Why? Why is this a thing? Why is this how this works? What idiot designed this that this is that finicky? There's no world in which you need it to be this precise. I think we're hooped again. I think I have to do this all again just because they want to be the most painfully particular about this possible. Like, I'm open to somebody telling me, no, this is not how you're supposed to do this at this point. But I'm confident that none of you know the answer either, because why would any of you have dealt with this before? Yeah, I think it's physically impossible for me to only break one of those blocks. Because I only barely was touching that far right block, and it still counted as me hitting both of them. Yep, there went the sun again. That's fine, there's no light in snow hell. There is only snow. God, the fact that I can't even turn without sliding along might be more frustrating than how long it takes to slide. Might. It's a close contest because they're both very frustrating. Because all I wanted to do was turn the right way before swinging, and instead, whee, hating life, away. Like, I don't want much. I just want to get where I'm trying to get, so we can end this section. That's all I'm asking for. I really don't feel like I'm asking for too much. But according to the game, I apparently very much am asking for too much. Ah. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Dream. Much appreciated. Genuinely, thank you so much. They certainly do, but at the same time, you didn't have to, when you know it. But hopefully everyone that receives one enjoys the emotes and the no ads for a little while. Thank you. It has been a little bit since we last talked, I know, because I've been so distracted and busy and all over the place. I need to be better about that, but that's just how that gets at times. Round and round and round and round and round. Sorry to hear you've been stressed, but hopefully it gets better. Okay, we're finally back in position. Swing. Go in. Hit the button. Get out. So, literally was me just breaking too many blocks that led to this entire situation being a problem. I knew those blocks had to have existed for a reason. They don't just place those for nothing. Okay. All of that, and we're finally in here. And that's just one of 4 of these. Okay, good. I don't have to get back out. That was gonna be my next question, is do I have to go the long way back out again? Okay, let's go this way next, since this is on the same side we just solved. This should be the wind area. I feel the power of the wind filling this area. Oh, it's another glider idea. So even here, they dare to use the power they snatched away from me. And to break through this, an even greater wind power will be required. But no matter how the wind blows, it is inherently neither good nor evil. The important thing is how you bear the wind and how you overcome it. Well, we don't have much wind right now, so I have a bad feeling about attempting to accomplish anything in here. I assume they are wind-based creatures in here, so... Okay, you know what? I don't even know why I'm bothering. We know how this ends. Then again, it ended in me gaining a level. You're all good. Like I said before, it's good that you've dropped in regardless of how long, and hopefully you'll be able to get some decent sleep. We should probably heal. That's the restorative. We don't want the rotten meat. That's not going to help anything. Now, the obvious answer here is to try to use the glider. And I'm going to assume with 2.5-mile-an-hour winds, we're probably not going to make it, but I'm going to try. Just so we see what happens. Thud. Yep, that went about as expected. So more than likely, we're going to have to adjust the weather for each of these locations. But I'm just seeing which ones I can do without making the trip back and forth over and over again. If there's any I can do. Oh? That's a lot of coffins. I had no idea the flame power they stole from me was being used here. Listen up, you two. This area is enveloped in the power of my flames. If you want to break through, you'll need to outclass this power with your own. And no matter how hot it gets, make sure you don't lose the fire in your hearts. Sure thing, Ursula. Okay, we got hellhounds. These stairs are apparently not really stairs. Oh, because there's goo down there. They don't want me stepping down into the goo. It almost looked like just flat floor. That's why I didn't realize. Okay, so I need to dry that up probably. Well, looks like we're going to have to walk in and out a few times and go use the hacking we have to change the situation a few times. But first, let's recharge our energy, because I'm not gonna go and do the whole brain. Okay. But yeah, I'm not gonna go rest at the inn right now, I don't think. I got distracted seeing an email. Then again, maybe I should just rest at the inn, because both characters are low on health. Yeah, it's probably a better idea, and I should grab a couple things from the store while we're here.
Hey there. What do you want?
I'm gonna press on just to see if the Dark Castle is the end of the game or not. But one way or the other, as soon as we're done with the Dark Castle, I'm probably wrapping it for the day. Ooh, they do have new accessories, but I assume these are just the headgears to go with the chest armors we had before. Yep, under rainy skies. And presumably sunny skies? Yep, clear skies. That one might actually be useful because it is clear pretty often, but we don't have any money to spare for that right now.
See ya.
And I gotta remember that it does cost to rest at the inn as well, so I shouldn't go too crazy spending all of the money.
What can I do for you? Are you staying here tonight? Enjoy
Yeah,
your
see,
stay.
both of them were really bad off, so there we go.
What would you like? Come again.
And we seem to be not getting as many items, so spending them is wiser than trying to store them and get more.
What would you like? Yes, sir.
Which climate do you want to change to?
Yeah, because balmy subtropical is how we started, so presumably one of each of these ends up being our solution to each of those rooms. So we may as well just go down the line, do this one. That'll probably... I don't see how humid continental would get the wind up, but I'm going to assume that that's the one because that's the wind symbol on there, I think. And we'll find out whether it works or not. Realistically, I probably should have went for the other two, one of the other two because I know they'll work, but I'm chasing the logic and hoping for the best. Yep, 11.9 mile an hour winds. That should be plenty. Why did I lose some of my energy? I just realized I'm missing a bunch of energy. Oh. Wait. We still have 11 spirit. Isn't this snowy skies or is this cloudy skies? I guess it's still... That looks like... Well, I guess it could be snow. Well, either way, there's no light, so I can't get that energy back anyway. I hit the wrong button.
Right.
Now let's see if we make it across with 11 mile an hour winds. Off we go.
Dang it.
What? Is there something I'm supposed to be doing? Because that's the highest winds we've ever had. Oh, but this isn't lit up, so this must not be the right conditions then. Let's see if these conditions work anywhere else, I guess. Like maybe I picked backwards? I'm not sure. This one's not lit up either, so that doesn't work. And I'm reasonably confident it's not gonna work on the other one either, but I guess I should check just to be safe. Nope. So it's... Huh. I mean, it's still 19 degrees as well. Did it just not take? I'm genuinely confused.
Welcome. What would you like? Yes, sir.
Which climate do you want to change to?
Yeah, because it's still on humid continental. Let's try arid desert because I'm assuming that's going to be the one that'll work for getting through the fire area. Because it'll get rid of the goo by drying everything up. I feel at least reasonably confident that that one will work. And a desert can have decently high winds, so it might work for the other one too? Question mark? That wind doesn't look so good right now. But at least I see the desert icon there, so I know that it's working. I should have looked to see if the other icon was... No, that didn't work? What? Is that not the answer? Because these statues were always the... Hey, you have to change the weather to do a thing here statues. Like, is this weather not weather enough for you? Do you need me to somehow make it weather harder, game? Which, wish me luck figuring out what the fuck that means. My own sentence doesn't make sense. I guess let's take a look in the other rooms and see if any of them are activated by this weather. Nope. Legitimately, the only one that worked so far is snow. Now this shouldn't work, considering this is the one with lower wind. Yeah, no, this isn't working either. I feel like this is a little bit of another case of kind of a finicky system to be relying on. I'm gonna take a look in here and see if this changed. Yes, it's all full of goo now. Okay. So at least that's proof that these did change the situation. Basically, that was a is this bugged check. And maybe I needed to give it more time, because you'll notice now we got like deserty sun and everything coming up. Maybe that'll mean something. In fact, wait. Didn't the Earth guy say that the poison gas's power was based on humidity? So even though that's not lighting up, this might still be good enough. It's down to 23% humidity. Let's see how much this hurts. Which is a bad idea to say. Okay, that doesn't hurt too much, but it does poison me still. But you obviously want these plants to grow to make it to the door. Yeah, and without these plants grown, you can't get up there anyway. Super pixelated screen. Can't see anything. I'm just a blob of like 8 pixels now.
Which climate do you want to change to?
Well, tropical rainforest is basically the only thing we have left other than
How can I help you?
the starting weather. So the tropical rainforest has to make one of these work. And I'm pretty sure we were told the rainforest was for making plants grow. And since that room was full of plants, where the earth thing was, presumably that's how that's meant to work? Yeah, but see, this one's still unchanged. Which with... I don't understand that situation at all. Why is that one still not lit up? No matter what weather we choose. This one's lit up now, so this one's correct. Yeah, but see, now this is a climbable path here. So I guess I just need to avoid getting blasted, which isn't that hard. And then we just walk up. And then we shoot this. We still have no sun, which is a bit of an issue, but, you know, we can make do without that just fine. Yeah, see, that wasn't bad at all. Well, this could get bad. I'm not gonna risk finding out if I can fall off with these or not. That just seems like asking for trouble. Uh-huh. Don't think I don't see you up there. I'm not a fool. I may be blind sometimes, but I'm not that stupid.
What the?
I can, however, fall through the floor. I can definitely do that. I'm gonna assume there was like a pixel gap that he somehow stepped into. So let that be a lesson. These platforms play for keeps, as I feared. Oh, that's the bit you're doing here, huh? Oh, that's rude. That is super rude. I'm gonna pop all of those right quick. Yes, clearly having my shield pointing that way was clearly not good enough. Yes, that's clearly my fault. So I should die for this. I'm gonna wear out my sarcasm circuit at this rate. Now let's do it the same way I did initially before I stepped into the void. Pop them all from down here. Looks like there's one each other than fire or light. So I need this one. Let's see if we can catch this one on the way by first then. There we go. So I presume they all need to be earth. Oh wait, no, the door's open. So I guess that's exactly what I needed to do then. I don't know if they all needed to be one or if they all needed to be one specifically, but the door's open and that's all that matters. Why is the earth area just full of moving platforms? This is not very earthy of you. This is much more what I'd expect out of the wind area. That is so fucking rude. you know what? One rude turn deserves another. Why play fair when they're not going to? And yes, this is part of why I've leveled the homing missile weapon in particular so much. So I can just sit here and say, fuck your level design.
Get out of my way!
All right.
You may as well stay out, because we're probably gonna need to shoot more things. What do they expect me to do here? Oh, it just waits a long time and then moves on. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Okay, I can't shoot my way through that situation. I see a spot where the bullets come from a different direction. Interestingly, it looks like the gun on this side isn't the issue at first. Oh, and there's these things? Oh my god. Why are you like this? Okay, this wasn't so bad though.
I'm out of here.
Like, this was kind of bad, but it wasn't that bad.
Right.
Wait, how did I end up... I'm so attentive to where the shots are that I didn't realize I fumbled the buttons. So I was terrified of getting shot and somehow dying there. But there we go. We've managed to get rid of another one of these areas. So we're making progress. Get me out of here. And I guess we'll just try the base weather and see what that does, because all of the other weathers apparently did fuck all. Which is weird, because you'd think that you would need to use each of the weathers you got from each of the terrestrials in order to do the thing. But either they were bugging out or something stupid's happening.
Welcome. What would you like? Yes, sir.
Which climate do you want to change to?
And I guess maybe there's a world in which maybe I tried to change the weather too drastically, like we went from frigid Arctic to desert more or less too quickly. I don't know, we'll try this and see what happens. But I feel like this isn't gonna do anything.
Take care.
Yeah, see, that still doesn't work. Why did none of the weathers we have work? I don't understand. And we still don't have high winds, so it's not like this one's gonna work either. The highest winds we had was, what, the desert? No, the highest wind we had was the thing. I know which thing I mean. I don't know if anybody else knows the thing I mean, but I know which thing I mean. And it might be that I have to wait for the rain to stop for the wind to pick up, but I find that doubtful. The only reason I'm even concerned about it being fiddly enough that I might need to wait for the right conditions is how finicky that ice puzzle was.
Welcome. What would you... Yes, sir. How can I help you? Yes, sir.
What climate?
I would like you to make those statues work. Let's go back to Arid Desert.
How can I help you? Goodbye.
Because maybe I need to wait for it to dry out. Maybe there's time involved. I feel like this is also an important time for me to find out whether this is the actual last bit here or not. And I may just look that up at this rate, so we're not sitting here for half an hour just trying to access these areas. Yeah, see, this is still not lighting up. Why this no worky, huh? I can't break the coffins, so the only path is through the goop. Which you would think the idea would be to freeze the goo, but we did that in the other room already. And I think we poked our head in here while it was still freezing temperatures and it still didn't work.
Right.
Also, he is doing, like, crazy high damage, so I think this was a bad idea. Though they said that the only way to overcome this was with, like, overcoming it with your own power. So maybe only some of these rely on you using the one that matches, and some of the other ones are meant to be a mismatched situation? Hey. This one's still not glowing either. Don't understand what you want from me, video game. Would it kill you to give me an ounce of clarity? Like, maybe my brain's just too tired for this, but I feel like we've tried all of the options and nothing worked. So I'm kind of befuddled at the moment. So give me a moment. I'm not really looking to look up the solution, but I'm just seeing if there is a known problem here. Okay, well, I've got one answer, and that is there is a chapter 6. So it looks like the final bit isn't too long. Let me see how much longer is left in where we're at. Uh-huh. So, we do have a problem, potentially. I was correct that each one of these needs a specific climate. And the southwestern room with the fire dog does need to be arid desert. So I don't know why the pool is still there. And Humid Continental is the answer to the glider, which I could have swore we had tried. So I'm pretty sure we tried all of them. So I'm not really sure what the problem here is. Like, do I need to have you equipped as well? To see, the goo is still there. We're in desert, but still goo. But I tell you what, I need to figure out why this is a problem. And I am getting tired. So I think what's going to happen here, especially since we have at least a other chapter after this, we will finish this tomorrow after I figure out why I can't go where we need to go. Like, I'm quickly scanning another guide to see if there's a reason why this happens. Ah! I was right. It isn't bugged, it just needs specific conditions, and the conditions haven't hit right yet. That is annoying. For example, the flooded path dries up at temperatures above 86 degrees Fahrenheit, which it is currently sitting just underneath. So that's lovely. The glider needs wind speeds above 13 miles an hour. We just literally haven't gotten the right speeds. And like, I'm assuming it's probably because we spent so long in Arctic temperatures that the temperature hasn't gone up high enough. Like, I'm just assuming that that's the case there. Oh. So as it turns out, you know how they were glowing sometimes? Turns out there was actually something we could make them do when they're glowing. Which I think might have been mentioned at some point. But we can definitely make use of... Well, no, we can't make use of that for the block puzzle because we need the temperature to be too high for that. Yeah, there's a whole set of trials for everything and a whole lot left to do in the castle anyway. So even though we have that answer, I'm going to call it for today. We will finish the game tomorrow. Like, there's no question about whether the game will get completed, as long as the game doesn't crash again. Though, we got through one crash situation. I'm willing to believe that I can get us out of another crash situation if it happens. I will just make sure to have some tricks up my sleeve if I need them. Which I have a concerning suspicion that I may need to have a trick or two up my sleeve. And I may do a little bit of off-screen grinding between in today and tomorrow to make things a little easier, because I think we are kind of riding a little hard here. So I may just grind at the beginning of session tomorrow, since we do not have a ton left to do. I feel like that balances itself out. That way it'll pad the time out tomorrow a little bit as well. Probably just like do an hour of grind at the start of the day or something, because I don't anticipate it being a long grind needed to get levels to more reasonable points. Because, for example, Lucian's already level 20, and the enemies we've been fighting are, I think, like 22s. At least that was the last one I checked. Got a couple options here, but I think I will support somebody's streamiversary, because why not? And I've had some good interaction with them on Blue Sky, though I've not been over there that much on here, necessarily. But, you know, positive results at first are good enough for me most of the time, because my intuitions also told me that they are fine. So that should all work itself out. So I'll get that queued up. So, schedule for the week, as you might have gathered. Tomorrow we're gonna finish this. I don't have anything booked for Thursday yet. I need to check with somebody as to whether they actually wanted to follow through on an idea we had or not yet. If that doesn't follow through, I'll figure something out, because this should be done and out of the way by that point. I've got plenty of things up my sleeve, so I'll be able to figure something out. As usual, need to discuss with Zeno about Friday. I'll probably have an answer for that. Well, we'll see. We'll see when answers end up happening for that one. Brain, could you please stop breaking for a second so I can say the rest of the words I need to say? And yeah, Saturday should be one last batch of Lethal Company for the month, and then we'll see where things go from there. But with all that said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Be good to Fox Quartz. She has been very nice, as I said. It is her affiliate anniversary, so be sure to say a piece on that if you wish to, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.